Yappin' time. It's yappin' time. What's up, what's up, what's up? What's up, what's up? Just got back home from freshman year of college. Nice, Charlie. How was it? Did you do okay? Now you get to have a kick-ass summer. Absolute straight-up kick-ass summer coming right to a doorstep near you. Your grades are good. That's all you need to worry about. Isolate yourself in your room, doing school until you go insane. That's what all college students should worry about. Socializing? Don't even bother. Falling asleep to paranormal stories and generally scared by being those back. Yeah, the bonus content I just released is paranormal stories. Maybe you like those. There's quite a bit in there. I'm drawing for my appointment time to hang. I'm drawing for my appointment time to hang. Oh, for your appointment. Wait, what are you drawing? Liz, what's good? Also, since you guys are here early, I wanted to ask you. You're relapsing on being an insane girl? What's that, like going on dates or something? Dude, I went camping in the middle of the desert and it was creepy. That does sound kind of creepy. I feel like that's right where people get abducted. Where's the bonus content? So there's Patreon. It's $5 over there, but there's also like a members only playlist that when you join on YouTube, you get access to that. Geeky thingy, thank you for the 5. What's up, Mang? What up? Do you guys want to watch spooky videos before we start recording scary stories and stuff? Texting boys, I know I don't care about me, teehee. Oh, yeah, well, why don't you just like focus on yourself for a little bit, I guess. You know what I mean? Like get into weightlifting or join a rock climbing gang. A bunch of gang members that only climb rocks. Christine Baker, welcome back for 8 months. As your voice helped me through my anxiety. Thank you for your stories. You're welcome. It's good to see you. Yeah, guys, let's watch some spooky jams with Bizarre Bub. If you haven't subscribed to Bizarre Bub, you got to go do it. We're just going to get right to it. We're going to switch it up a little bit.
On March 2nd of 2025, a woman named Jeanette moves into a new apartment, unaware that she would film something very unsettling.
Where's my channel? Let's read.
It's
just kind of like a play on the term "let's play."
Documenting her entire moving in process.
Unpack with me.
But then one day, while making a video, she records this.
Oh, flick. She's doing an interpretive TikTok dance. Oh, Jesus Christ. That's when her uncle walked in. Oh, this is... Oh my God, this...
Please get out of my apartment. Please get
What the fuck is that? Ew, who was that, bro?
A man who she doesn't know suddenly appears in her
Ew,
apartment.
did you see him?
He most likely walked in after seeing the door was unlocked. Now, while it's unsure if they caught him, viewers are completely baffled by something else in this video.
Dude, right there, that's like...
The door opens on its own.
I kind of like that if Bizarre Bub would... Oh wait, it opens on its own
She
too?
didn't realize this until
Dude,
much later when viewers pointed this out.
Okay.
Does the guy disappear?
I'm just as confused as you guys are. I have no idea what happened.
They didn't find the dude. That's really creepy. Jesse Weiser, welcome to the Buttersock Call. You now have access to bonus content.
This didn't open. I don't know. Some things probably.
If that was legitimately a paranormal experience, like that's some next level shit.
But despite
And yeah,
this
his
terrifying
reflection was in the
encounter,
mirror.
Nothing would
And you could
prepare
just
her
tell like
for
how
what
terrified
occurred
she
only
was
a few
though.
nights later. As she writes, I have no words to explain this.
I have no words
While trying
except
to
these
record a
4.
cute video with her cat, this happens.
Do I believe in ghosts? Yeah, but I try not to give them any attention. Or they'll probably bother me forever. That's me spending time with Pradeep. Giving him 50,000 kisses. Curled up on the ground on the floor. Wait, is this her again still? Dude, the guy, I don't know why, the guy like that went in there looked oddly familiar. It might have been me. Too cool for ghosts. They try to talk to me. I don't even care about them. I ghost them. I ghost the ghosts. It did look like a drifter on some serious druggos. Been like 2 years since I popped on one of these. I used to sleep to these live streams and just coming in now to say thanks to helping me sleep disorder and how much you helped me for real, bro. Thank you, Kelso. Good to see you. I'm glad you can get some sleepies. It's the only way to stay sane on this crazy world. Is this real? This is the realest. It'd be funny if like I'm watching something but the whole time I was accidentally just like streaming gay porn. Like, ah, fuck. Wait, what did she see? This is me during a horror movie. I just don't pay attention at all. Wait, what was it? Grabbed a pepper spray. Oh, what the fuck? Is that a handprint? It's bending over the bed for her. Unless that's just like booty cheeks. Damien Knapp, welcome back for 60 months. Happy Wednesday, my dudes. Listen on occasion when you're doing streams or when I need to sleep. May the Lord bless you and keep you. Thank you, dude. Thank you.
As if someone had gone on the mattress.
I certainly hope to be kept.
Another imprint begins to emerge, causing Jeanette to freak out. Understandably, she scurries over to another
Is this still
corner
the
of
same
room
chick?
while trying her best to remain calm. From here, we can barely see the indents, but looking closely, either a black speck or something like
A spring breaking in the mattress? Is that what happens?
By this, and more so by the person outside her door, she calls
Oh,
the
I thought that
police
was footage.
and spends the night at her neighbor's.
Also, how many
And
times...
yes, her cat also came along. Now, more so by the
How many
person
times
outside
since
her
we
door,
watched
she
Bizarre
calls
Bub
the police.
has he used this image as like B-roll? It's like my that's like my favorite part of his editing is he just like loves to throw this in here when someone calls the cops.
And spends the night at her neighbor's.
He has a folder called
And yes, her
Project
cat also
Necessities,
came
and it's
along.
just that
Now, while
picture.
police did find the intruder who ran away, they have long.
Also, look at this. Look at this cat's face.
And yes, her cat.
Look. There's like nothing funnier than just like a cat with a fucking doipy face, you know, where it's like eyes are crossed and shit. I don't know why that's so fucking funny.
Also came along.
Salad,
Now, while
welcome to
police
the
did find the intruder who
Better
ran
Saw
away,
Cult.
they
You now
have
have
no
access
explanation for what
to
occurred in
bonus
this video.
content.
However, this wouldn't be the first time that something like this has happened.
It's funny, even when a cat looks like that, it just means they're in love with you. If your cat starts drooling and eyes are cross-eyed, it's in heaven.
Oh my god.
Wait, her friend saw a man?
Tell me how I saw someone.
Given both incidents, the question is begged.
Ew, dude,
just what
that
is
one
going
was the
on with
weirdest, where it's
Jeanette's
just like,
new place?
hi,
And why is
we
it
can be
that something
friends.
unusual takes place during a break-in? She continues
Bizarre
to share
Bub
videos
mentioned
of
what's
her
a
moving and
skeptical,
journey,
scary
and
footage video.
thankfully, no new intrusions have occurred since then.
Wait, what's
As
a
always,
skeptical?
let me
What are
know
you
your
talking about?
thoughts on this one.
And they exposed their belly, the kitty cats. She might have planted the scary guy. I mean, I'm sure some of these could be coordinated, but how funny would it be if she just like saw a homeless guy on the street and she's like, I need you to be in a video.
The sky is blue, and I see you.
Oh no. She's playing the sky is blue game. Wait, was there something up in the fucking...
She swears that she saw a face inside her bedroom. Apparently, this is what happens when you play the game that she was playing. It's called The Sky is Blue, and the objective of the game is to record a floating face on camera. Now, seeing
What
how
is this?
scared and
Oh, we're
shaken
just
up she
we're
was,
doing
her
we're switching it
parents
up.
deemed it necessary to ban
We're
her
doing
from playing the
reaction
game inside the
content
house.
first and then
But
recording.
Despite this rule, she continues to play the game.
We can start whenever you guys are ready, though. I just figured it would give people something to stare at. Do I believe in UFOs? Dude, I believe in it all, bro. I believe in
Although
aliens. I
having broken
believe
this
in
rule, she wouldn't be the only
ghosts.
one in her family to break it. Her older sister Vicky wanted to see
I
what it
believe in
was
you.
that freaked out her little sister when she played this game. So, she plays it with her.
Also, it's getting really hot in this recording area.
The
In my
sky
fort.
blue, move down and say, and
It's
I
impossible not to
see
believe in
you.
UFOs.
And you want to look for a baby
How
fish.
crumb.
The sky
He sent me
is
an email.
blue,
Thank you. Appreciate you.
And I
Let's
see
read.
you.
Let's read submissions at gmail.com.
That's not how you do
Guys,
it.
don't play this
That's the
game.
point of
I
outfitting, and
highly suggest not
and
playing this game.
slowly go down.
Why do I have to do it slowly?
It's very much possible to not believe in
That's how
UFOs.
it goes.
Nope.
The sky is blue.
They will find you.
Like before,
Because as long as an
nothing
object
appears.
flies and
But
is
one night,
unidentified,
when
it's
Vicky
UFO. That's
decides to
true.
play the game with every room inside the house.
If we're gonna
since no
get
one else was home,
pedantic.
this happens.
The sky is blue, and I see you.
Ew, dude. This is 100% how, like, you could make a whole scary movie out of this idea right here. Maybe. I don't know. The only bad thing about, like, if you actually made a scary movie based on people's actual paranormal experiences, it would be pretty
The sky is blue,
unexciting.
and I see you.
Wait, do you have to, like, look down when you do this? Oh, fuck. I'm not ready for this. Oh, there's a shadow right there in front of him. Okay. I was seeing
The
shit.
sky is blue, and I see you.
Where are we gonna? Where's it gonna be? Sometimes Bizarre Bub plays like bassy music. Walmart needs to sell more beer.
The
I
sky
know.
is blue, and I see you.
Dude, they're doing like every room in the goddamn house. I'm not ready for a face. I didn't see anything. It's just Dave Chappelle.
The
Booga
sky
booga
is
booga, bitch.
blue, and I see you.
Okay. Oh. What the fuck was that? Was that a spider?
Vicky was completely shaken up by what occurred inside her bedroom. Her chandelier had somehow detached itself from the ceiling.
Oh.
This didn't make any sense to
thought that
her,
was a giant
considering
spider.
that the chandelier was securely mounted. The only way that it could have fallen, as she believes, was if the weight had brought it down.
Chandelier
But even
B-roll
then,
footage.
The fact that it happened right when she was playing this game is what freaks her out.
There's a taco hanging from the ceiling.
This is what fell. That game? Absolutely not.
Whether a
Cat
coincidence or
hairball.
not, the sudden falling of the black fixture had sent her running in a panic frenzy. It's no wonder why Vicky hasn't played the game since
Dude, that
then.
first one was freaky
Now, it
though.
isn't
Just
sure
the
if playing
fact that
game
there's
had
some guy
anything
like,
to do
hi
with what
there.
occurred. But until more people share their experience
It's
playing
me,
the game, this
Chris
footage will
Chan.
continue to remain unexplained.
I'm in your room now. You don't have a boyfriend, do you?
In the
The
following video,
chandelier.
Diana Sudi and her brother are freaking out after seeing many police cars pulling up to their
Yeah,
backyard.
I don't think I would ever want to like do any ghost-related games. I'd be guaranteed first one haunted.
Another one? Oh, you're right. What the hell is...
All right, we're bringing it. You guys want to finish this one and then we'll kick off reading, or what do you guys want to do?
It appears that all the
appears that they're
policemen are
cooking
checking out
meth.
this trailer. Something about it must be worth examining because, as it seems,
I'm
a lot
a
of
pretty
cops are
scaredy
going
cat.
inside. According to Diana, the trailer belongs to her father, and he's been
I have to
renting
look
it
at
out
the
to
chat
someone.
and comments so I don't
However,
get spooky.
the person living inside has not left the
Let's
trailer
finish this
for
one.
more than a
Okay,
week,
sounds good.
which is why the police are here. They're
Number
conducting
6.
a
We can come
welfare
back to
check
it later,
see
too.
If the man inside is okay, but upon checking, they discovered something rather unfortunate.
Do I remember you? Atypical Scorpio. I'm not
The
sure.
man
It's been a
had passed
while.
away. Now, it's worth mentioning that during this recording, Diana and her brother didn't know the man had
I normally
passed.
remember,
They were
but
just
that's a name
recording
that
all the commotion
doesn't
that was
jump-
going on in their backyard.
jump into my eyes.
But as they got closer to the trailer, Diana captures something that she can't explain.
You tried this game now and
is
my
your
light
footage.
fell from the ceiling. How
Watch
do I explain to my
closely.
parents? Just every light. Just every
Like
chandelier
everywhere.
explodes. Wait, what are they saying?
Wait, they're going up to Tom's place.
Ghost cops. They're here to arrest the ghosts.
The light wasn't off.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, so
Wait, what do we do?
went off.
Watch in front of the cop car. There's a little boy. What the fuck is that? Ew, dude. Was that like a little girl from The Rang? Big up from Lansing, Michigan. Wong, there she is.
Going back over. What was Tom doing?
What was Tom doing? There's an app. The Rapist, Megan's Law Rapist app. Finally turned 21, didn't get to do anything because I lost my ID. Oh shit, I'm sorry, dude. That's a pain in the wiener.
Neither
As you can
Diana
see,
nor her brother
spooky
had
little
noticed the
girl.
small figure. They don't recall ever seeing the silhouette from the recording, which makes them think that it was never there to begin with. However,
Cool thing about
the
cop
video
cars
shows
is they give you
otherwise.
seizures.
Something was actually there, but for some reason, they couldn't see it in person. But of course,
If it turns
the
out that
strangest
like
part
the
about
guy in
this
the
is
thing
figure
like made the
itself.
girl go
At
missing,
some
that would
point,
be really
the figure disappears
creepy.
behind a policeman.
Oh my god, dude. Ghosts are like better at
To Diana, this might
special
explain why the
effects than like
silhouette
real
was
life.
completely elusive to them. Now, while this whole incident creeps her out,
Check
it
out
doesn't
Project
compare
Dark
to
Knight
what
Horror, one of
happens
the
when
best
she and her
channels on
father
YouTube for these
decide
kind of
to go
videos.
inside the
Alright,
trailer
yeah.
a few days after this occurrence.
I don't even know where people
But
find
Diana
this kind of
regrets
shit.
helping him because while checking it
Thank you
out,
for buying me a
this
membership
happens.
last stream, Joy. I owe you 12 counts can of Diet Dr. That does sound nice. Make sure it's 0 sugar for maximum flavor.
Yeah.
Who's the narrator? That's Bizarre Bub.
Hey.
The man.
Okay. Oh my goodness.
Wait, they're allowed to go in there?
Oh great.
Tampering with evidence. Look for any remnant methamphetamines.
Oh my god.
What the fuck? Another chandelier? Or another spider? Another ceiling spider. Dude, that was like a dead crow.
What was that?
Oh, it was a crow. It was an
A
actual
lifeless
dead crow.
suddenly falls out from an open
What
cabinet,
the fuck?
scaring the living daylights out of Diana. Although not sure how it just suddenly fell out.
What the
she
fuck?
has no words for what she finds
Ew,
while being inside
dude.
the trailer. What she uncovers.
What was
has
he
left
doing
her
here?
beyond
Dude, the
scope.
idea of someone doing like weird occult shit while high as fuck inside of a trailer is actually a brilliant idea for a story. Gets arrested, but you don't really know what the fuck for. Was doing all sorts of crazy shit.
Whoa. Wait a minute, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh. Jesus.
Toy starts. Oh, but that was the freaking
Wait.
stove light.
Did this guy have a kid?
Yo,
What
boop.
is this?
369. Wait. What? What? That was his little girl. Dude, what the fuck?
While it may seem like nothing significant, these handprints are the reason why Diana hasn't been able to come back to this trailer. It didn't immediately
she's
click for her,
dead.
but after going home and watching this video, she quickly sent it to her brother.
You got the
who then
Let's Free
told
Fear
her
department sure I
exactly
need to
what she
lift
was
some weights to
thinking.
work at. Hell yeah.
While looking back at the video
Yeah,
she
tag
took
me
days
on
before,
something
she
so I
couldn't help but
can
notice the
share it on
size of the
social
figure.
media
Its stature is similar to that of a child's.
when you get jacked.
Could it be, as Diana thinks, that the figure may have been the spirit of the man's child?
Dude, that's actually
Given
nuts.
what occurred on this night, she feels that its appearance
That might
was
be one of the
unlikely
best
to be
ones.
a
The fact that like some of
coincidence.
these like videos have like storylines is creepy as shit. Bong. All right, friends. Dooch, 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 dooch. All right. That's fun though. We can come back to that later, perhaps. Be sure to subscribe to Bizarre Bub and all of the videos that he shares. Can I ask you to help me again? Which was it? Oh, was that did you share a GoFundMe last time? Okay, sorry. So we got Walmart stories tonight that are gonna be real creepy. Real freaking creepy. Also, let me bring up the chat in a more comfortable space for my eyeballs. This music actually sounds really cool, though. I feel like we gotta listen for a little bit. Timbers equals shivered. Do you know the artist Milkblood? I just saw that Robin did an animation for them. That's so cool. Oh yeah, I remember him saying he had some music video he was doing or something like that. What is Creator Clash? It was just like iDubbbz ran like this thing where people were different creators would box or whatever. But I think it's canceled now. Why doesn't my rocket have exhaust? I don't know, dude. I'm just running on pure momentum at this point through the fart minefield. Creator ass, more like it. True. You're amped up on meds. What meds did you take? We don't have to say, sorry. More Sam Riding content? Not yet, but the most recent bonus content is like paranormal stories. I just thought some of them were a lot of them are kind of like ridiculous, so I figured I'd put it in bonus content. But yeah, new video is up over there, Patreon included. That is a rocket dildo, yeah. It runs on battery power and cum. Damn, I can't stop listening to this song. Ambient fans, when they drop this track. Walmart associate? Can I link the song? Yeah. Neon Genesis here. Milk is cold now. That's the name of that track, but I'll link the whole playlist here. Sorry. I guess we should just... Oh man, I'm gonna be stuck in this song. It's lasting for a while. Let's just switch over. It's too good though. Dude, finding a really good ambient track is kind of insane. Like, sometimes you just don't know it's coming, and then all of a sudden you get hit with it, and you're like, what the fuck is this? Do I know Skyrim? Oh, yeah, baby. The video game? The videogram? Oh. Let us... Hey, Hitsubasa, welcome back for 26 months. What's up, chat? Chilling my cat in bed, ready for scary stories. Let's go, baby. Thanks for being here. You want to work for Walmart? You could. It doesn't seem like it's the most fun experience ever, but I guess really no job is necessarily like that. Okay, we are clear. Clear for landing. I have an unusual face. I see people looking when I talk to them, and I catch them staring when I walk past, and they can't help themselves, and it doesn't make me mad or anything. I'd look too if the roles were reversed. Now, I'm not ugly by any standard. I do okay in the dating world, but the story of how I got the face is quite ugly. And since it's one that I feel like I'm getting off my chest as I sent this in to you, you get to read about it. So I grew up in Ohio, and although my mom tried her best, I was a bad kid growing up. She had to work a lot to keep her son, i.e. me, clothed and fed, and Grandma was just too damn tired to keep a leash on me, so by the time I was 13, I was running wild almost every night in the company of some equally damaged friends of mine. I say damaged because it was around the time... This is the first story, yepper. Yupper. If you eat Wingstop, what should you order? Any recommendations? I don't think I've ever had Wingstop, to be honest. I do like barbecue wings, though. Barbecue. I say damaged because it was around that same time I found out my dad hadn't just run off. He'd been murdered. And after I found out, I was just mad. All the time, I guess. But so were my friends, and that's how we ended up discovering a mutual love for our favorite pastime, breaking stuff. On a Friday night, we'd head over to places where almost every single house on the street was derelict and boarded up. Then, where we could, we'd kick in doors, kick down fences, and smash wooden beams. And we didn't always stick to abandoned houses either. And a lot of the time, we picked one or two occupied ones and toss a brick or two through their front windows. We were letting out all the tension, I guess, and I'm not making excuses for myself. That's just how it was back then. We weren't interested in school, and we dropped out as early as we could. Then for the next couple of years, we bummed around, breaking stuff, stealing stuff, and making money where we could. Then one day, a friend of ours got busted for something he didn't even do, and then he ended up going to juvie for it, and I guess that scared me straight. I got my drinking and smoking under control, cut my hair, and took out my nose ring. Nose wang. I got my exposition voice on, yeah, no worries. I'm about to give you guys lots of context. You found a Superman? What do you mean? Did he burst through your ceiling? Tree flesh, what's up? Wall fart. Margaritas, you making them yourself? Oh yes, my email address is letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com. You can find that also within the description of all the videos as well. Or the podcast as well. I got my drinking and smoking under control, cut my hair, and took out my nose ring. Then went around town trying to find somewhere that would give a job to... Okay, sorry, let me just read that again. Don't say submissions like that? What did I say it like? Hey, Van, welcome to the Buttersock Call. You now have access to bonus content. Oh, you're not dumb, no worries. Play anything for the summer? Yeah, I'm sure there'll be some cool stuff to do. Your voice always making me feel better. Getting a shingles vaccine is rough. A shingles vaccine? Did you have chicken pox when you were younger? Sam Rioton. I got my drinking and smoking under control, cut my hair, and took out my nose ring. Then went around town trying to find somewhere that would give a job to someone with zero work experience doing anything. And well, that place turned out to be Walmart. An employee told me to write the store's hiring manager. An employee told me to write to the store's hiring manager explaining my situation, and I didn't think that it'd work, but it did. And I got an interview, explained that I wanted to make an honest living and keep myself out of trouble. The hiring manager told me as long as my background check cleared, he'd give me a shot. And I'd be on probation to start with, meaning they could let me go at any time, no questions asked. But I was willing to prove myself, so he threw me a bone. A week later, I was at orientation doing a bunch of paperwork and watching a bunch of videos. They were boring as hell, but I was too happy that someone had given me a chance to actually... Wait, what? No Pradeep update? Let me look. Let me take a peek. He is curled up on the couch. So funny, like sometimes you come in and he just like doesn't even stir at all. I'll like come in through the garage and he doesn't even lift his head. He's just like, yep, you're still alive. Target over Walmart, to be honest. Yeah, I don't, like, to me, I feel like Target is essentially the same. I mean, I'm sure there's some, like quite a few more bougie items. But as far as like what I tend to just like look for, which is not fucking much. Yeah, pretty waiting for Joel to kick the bucket so he can take over the channel. He already runs it. But to me, it just seems like Target sort of just charges more just for the sake of charging more. And that the people that you tend to come across at a Target are, I wouldn't say pretentious. They're definitely easier on the eyes, but sometimes it's nice to be around ugly people. You know what I mean? Like when you're around ugly people, or like people that just like don't care about their life or anything, you know, you feel more comfortable. You feel like, yes, this is what humanity used to be like back when everyone was peasants. You know what I mean? And they wore rags, rolled around in dirt, ate loaves of bread if available. And to me, I feel like when I go into Walmart, it's just simpler times. Andrew Batts with the 2 says, do you do custom videos on Cameo? You know, I think on Cameo you have to like show your physical self. You can't do just voice or whatever. And so I don't think I'd be able to do it, but maybe there's some different stuff. Wart. Target is a good place for hot chicks. Walmart is a good place for not hot chicks, but also hot chicks too. Yeah, it's like your chance of running into a hot chick at Walmart is substantially lower, but your chance of running into somebody whose like ass is like pouring out over the sides of their hover round is equally as likely to happen. So it's kind of like one or the other. You're like going to see a hot college chick, or you're going to see someone who's dead in 2 years and can't feel their toes right now. Which honestly, I can't tell you who I would rather speak to, because that's a lot of life experience like pouring out over the edge of their scooter. So they definitely know what the most tasty Reese's cup variation is that's out right now, which I've noticed there's been a lot of like different candy variations as of lately, and I feel like some people say we reached peak America back in the 90s, but I would say right now the fact that we get peanut butter and jelly Reese's cups is kind of like up there. Thoughts about what's happening in the world? I don't know. We got a lot of those like sort of conflicts with like similar aligning groups, just like one big powder keg like ready to go off. It seems like everywhere. I mean, I would love to sit here and think that we could make it out the other end with like all sides coming to some like interesting peace agreement, but it's very scary and very unfortunate. Justin, thank you for the 10. The people at Target have human color skin, visible necks, healthier cholesterol levels. They smell like sugar cookies. The people of Walmart would probably burp Slim Jim and impression into my mouth. Yeah, but the prices are a little bit cheaper, and I feel like that might be a decent payoff for you, honestly. Like being able to go there and get a pack of clothes hangers for 59 cents seems like way more worth it. Even if people there do kind of give you the stink eye and put a curse on you with their strange voodoo. What are some things that are okay to put in your mouth but not your ass? Asking for a friend. Oh, man. Honestly, I was going to say the Reese's, like the peanut butter and jelly Reese's cups, but it's hard to say because I think there are taste buds in your rectum, so it'd probably work out fine both ways. If you buy a TV from Walmart, will be the same from Target, but the capacitors are different. That's the difference. The capacitors. Are there any better quality ones at Target? Electronics will last longer from Target in the most sense. Interesting. Well, that's good to know. But the prices are the same. Well, that's good. I guess they do have to be kind of competitive. Hey, Kate, what's up? Hot peppers or ginger? I don't know. Isn't ginger a little bit better for your tummy? Maybe you can mix them together. That sounds kind of good. Yo, the story's real? Yep. Target being seen as bougie is a recession indicator in my book. bougie by comparison to Walmart, you know what I mean? It's like, I guess like, it's like comparing a trailer park to a double wide, you know? It's definitely an upgrade, even if it is just sort of mental. Because you use your real voice, it's way better, dog. You sound like AI in the videos. I know, dude, it sucks. But I will say, I mean, you would say in the videos, like, it doesn't always sound like AI does it. Like, or, I don't know. I guess there's nothing I can really do. You know what I mean? Am I prejudiced against fat people? No, but the heart attacks are. And we need to put a stop to heart attacks. And the only way to fight against racist heart attacks is to start training. Get people on a treadmill. Get the blood flowing. And stop eating Hostess cakes. It was tiring, doing all that lifting and walking and dealing with assholes for just minimum wage. My coworker would kind of be standoffish with me to be... My coworkers were kind of standoffish with me too, so I felt this pressure was not... Wait, what is it? I felt this pressure not a mess up, and I don't... Wait, what the fuck is this saying? My coworkers were kind of standoffish with me to begin with too, so I felt this pressure not to mess up. Okay, my bad. Thoughts on Lily Jean? I have no idea. Any celebrity past like 2015, I pretty much checked out on, and I don't care anymore. Now it's just meaningless internet drama where I can say that they're lame. Favorite type of story to narrate? Probably the paranormal stuff. My coworkers were kind of standoffish with me to begin with too, so I felt this pressure not to mess up and, I don't know, prove them wrong about me. After a few months, people started to warm up to me, and my supervisor started noticing my hard work and enthusiasm. I got more hours, which meant more money. Then, by the time they were talking about cross-training me as a cashier, I realized they actually trusted me. And that meant a lot. Made me feel like I could be a normal person instead of some scumbag to them. The routine and stability were nice too. It gave me a reason to stay sober. Clocking in, working all day, then going home knowing that paycheck was going to be there no matter what. And it was kind of bliss, and I was actually happy. But I guess that I was living on borrowed time. As one day I was stocking shelves, just doing my thing, when I noticed a guy watching me from down the aisle. You get used to that pretty quick. People were just curious, especially kids, but they usually move on after a second or two once their curiosity is satisfied, and this guy didn't. Instead, and I'm watching out of the corner of my eye, he just stands there, definitely not looking at anything on the shelves, like his face is 100% locked in onto mine. Now, she made herself seem famous and has been harassing Prim Inc. for years. Who's Prim Inc.? Are they similar to Global Glop and Smecky Soul? What's my take on pretty privilege? Yeah, I love pretty people. I think they're awesome. I do whatever they tell me to do all the time. Like if you're good looking and you're just like, get on your knees and clean the floor so I can walk past you. If that's their command, I have to obey it. They're hot. Hey, Chandra. A commenter on YouTube. Yeah, I don't know, dude. There's too many fucking YouTubers, man. We need to just have like 15 YouTubers tops. Me, Mr. Beast, Keemstar, James Charles, but like in a cage, and yeah, Smosh is fine, I guess, but he's also in the cage with James. Do I make money off this? I hope so, man. I've been trying to. If you guys like it, throw a quarter into my hat. Creator of the year every year. Thank you. Markiplier can stay, but he has to like balance on a pogo stick the whole time, I think. Like every one of his videos he has to do a let's play, but just like bouncing on a stick. Yeah, Darkness Prevails can stay. Fight Moist Critical. I don't think it would even feel good to hurt anybody, honestly. Like, people talk about, like, boxing matches and that kind of thing, but, like, imagine if you box somebody and you genuinely fuck them up. I feel like that would not make anybody pleasant. Yeah, Tim Dillon can stay. He's fine. But he has to dress up like Charlie Chapman. Yeah, and all the butt plug review channels. Who would I want to box? I don't know, dude. Boxing seems fun, but it's a lot of training, and it's a lot of time you gotta put in, but, you know, it'd be fine, I guess. But there's really nobody that, like, I'm just... like, oh my god, I need... You know, because if you really think about it, like, the Creator Clash shit, like, it was fun the first time, because it was, like, a meme, it was silly, you know, Chills was doing the announcer thing, which was sick, and then there was, like, just, you know what I mean, it was just, like, everybody was there, because they knew, it was, like, going to the Minecraft movie. But how many times can you see the fucking Minecraft movie and be, like, stoked about it? Because you know it's not going to be a great movie. It's not going to be it's not going to be Saving Private Ryan's Peanuts, you know what I mean? Like, it's not going to be anything more than it was the first time. And especially given the fact that, like, there's nothing more boring in my life to ever watch than, like, people who don't know how to boxing, right? Because they'll train for 6 months, a year, whatever. They'll be locked in. They'll be eating fucking... just eating pussy for a year straight. Absolute cut. Absolute... Whoa, shit, 1 second. Now, if all the people would twerk, that'd be fine. Helen Goodlet with the 50 buckarina says, love your stories and the chatting is fun. Thank you, Helen. Thank you so much. Very, very generous. Thank you, thank you. Just doing a wiggle, yeah. See, there's pretty privilege and then there's money privilege. Now imagine if someone was attractive and wealthy. Oh, the things I do, the things I do. But, I mean, you know, if you think about it, it's like these people have been training for like 6 months and then they get, you know, they put like a do-rag on or something like that and get out there to punch somebody and like, they're gassed. You notice it every time. They are gassed within 15 seconds because boxing is like the most... you need to be so conditioned to do it, right? And I would not do well. I don't think I would do well in it either. And I think I would look so silly just like throwing haymakers. It's like those videos of those like bodybuilders who are just like hoo, 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 and they're kind of like running away from each other. Like I would actually rather watch apes, just apes who are unfamiliar with each other, be placed in the same enclosure and just have at it. That would be sick, honestly. They should bring back animal fights or like maybe insect fights. I think YouTube's okay with insect fights. That might be animal abuse, but I don't know if they consider bugs insect or animals or even having a soul. That's the big question we should be asking. Does YouTube think that bugs have souls? And therefore do they care about bringing down the insect fighting ring that's going on? That would be Creator Clash 4 to me. I don't know. It's just all so boring, you know? So, like, why... And then iDubbbz not smart for like, I mean, honestly, I thought like his whole drama thing that he was doing recently was actually like a 4D chess move to like get people talking indirectly about his creator clash thing, and then he just like backed out of it. And it's like, okay, so this dude's like more obsessed with like letting you know that he's not besties with Ethan anymore, as opposed to just fucking running his business. You know, it's just like, I don't know. So hopefully now he can like clear his mind and just make documentaries. iDubbbz, if you're listening, I love you. Get away from Twitter, get away from that. Go find someone you think is really funny, or maybe you want to troll on a little bit, and make a fucking documentary about them, dude. Do what Channel 5 does. Do what, you know what I mean? Like, be interesting, be creative, you have it in you. Get away from these toxic weirdos who try to like lead you down this path of nonstop confrontation while like morally grandstanding people to make themselves feel better about being assholes. Just go make something good. Go make stuff. Make stuff. Easy. Get a t-shirt, tattoo it on your forehead, make stuff. You can watch animal fights through Nat Geo and BBC documentaries. BBC. Instead, and I'm watching out of the corner of my eye, he just stands there, definitely not looking at anything on the shelves, like his face is 100% locked onto me. I made eye contact with the guy as I turned to grab another box. Then, purely out of habit, I say, "Can I help you with anything today, sir?" I figured that might be his deal, like he needed help but was just too shy to ask. But he just smiled and said, no thank you," and then turned around and walked off. The guy seemed like a little socially awkward, but I'd seen weirder stuff in my time, and I hadn't even reached half a year of employment yet either, so I'd had no doubt that there was more to come. But then 4 days later, on the Saturday shift that I agreed to cover for a coworker, the exact same thing happened again. I was stocking shelves in another area of the store, and I saw a figure in the corner of my eye. Damn, I keep like blending all these words together. It's so hot. Holy shit. It's way too hot. Was it springtime or some shit? Yeah. Bum fights. Do I think I could fight a gorilla? That'd be funny if I was like, yeah, and then they throw me in there and it grabs me from my like lower jaw and upper jaw and just like peels me in half, but like down the middle. Thoughts on Moist Critical? I mean, I like Charlie as a person, but I don't really watch his videos because I just, you know what I mean? It's just kind of like, you know what you're gonna get with his opinions, and that's fine. Like having a safe, kind of normal Reddit opinion on something that doesn't piss off Twitter is fine, you know? And I know why he does it, because he has a lot of, like, he has 100 million views riding on making them happy, so that's fine, you know? One of my Hinge prompts used to be what animal they thought they could fight. The hubris was crazy. Well, what animal do you think you could fight, Grace? And it better not be a dolphin. Do you think they're his actual opinions? I mean, I would say loosely, but I've come to this kind of conclusion when it comes to like content creators within the spectrum of like YouTube more specifically, and just entertainment in general, is that like sometimes you don't even realize, but psychologically your opinion will change based on the audience that you're captured by and the money that you make from having those like safe opinions. You might not even know that your opinion has been changed because you've gotten like a awesome block of cheese. But I think that there's this like deep seated like psychological manipulation that goes on whenever you associate like someone patting you on the head and giving you money when you say the right thing. And that's fine too, because if people want to sit there and listen to you have their same opinion, that's a form of entertainment, I think, that people really enjoy to participate in. But I do often think that probably most YouTubers, if they genuinely were to sit and have a candid conversation with most people, the opinions that they share online are not always what they say on their streams and stuff. Do I support Russia? No, I guess not. I mean, but it's more in the sense that, like, I want peace, you know what I mean? I think it sucks that, like, the leaders, I hate this idea of, like, hierarchy, right? And I hate the idea of, like, hierarchy of, like, kids, right? You're not kids, you're men, but you're young men, 18 years old to like age, mid-20s or whatever, and for some reason you just get, like, sent off to fight in some, like, arbitrary war to die. And it doesn't matter what country it is. I just think it's a really abhorrent process that I wish wasn't so freely thrown about, I guess, by, I don't want to say the term military-industrial complex, but I mean, there's certainly, like, motivations there to meet certain profit margins and secure certain assets. So, of course, they don't, really look at you as anything more than a number. Do I support weight and gravity? I believe in it. I think it's probably true a little bit. Do I support you? I hope I can. Do I know Oompaville? I haven't seen a lot of Oompaville's stuff. I know he kind of, like, crosses over with the Mutahar and those guys, and I remember his content wasn't even necessarily, like, reaction stuff before, but I think he kind of went into that. But once again, like, I'm not sure. I guess I just don't care enough to watch people's stuff, even though I'm sure they're nice guys. People get upset about people's opinions all the time online, which is very strange to me. It's always just, like, weird when you think about, like, someone having an opinion on something objectively doesn't really matter to you overall, because it's not like, if they were the executioner and you go up to the executioner and you say, "Executioner, do you like this guy? And if you don't like them, will you cut off their head?" And they're like, "Yeah, I don't like the guy, and I think because of that I will cut off their head." Then that makes sense to be, like, upset if they have a negative opinion that doesn't match yours. But whenever it just comes to, like, people having, like, something that deviates, I guess, from their own worldview, and to get upset about that, I always just, like, I find that to be just, like, I get it, but I find it to be really obscure and strange. Do I think Mutahar will ever be funny? I'm sure Mutahar has his moments of, like, comedy, but it's probably, like, privately with his friends playing CSGO or Rocket League or something like that, you know what I mean? Oh, thanks, Matt. You just come to the streams. I guess I never really thought about that. Like, people who don't watch the content but just come to the streams, it's kind of like, it definitely is two separate things for sure. How do you guys know all these internet people? I don't know. There's just been, like, a select few amount of, like, internet people that sort of, like, arbitrarily get decided by websites like Twitter and Reddit as being, like, the ones you gotta, like, pay attention to and harass and stuff, even if, like, technically their views overall don't match somebody else's channel's views. I don't know. I don't know if it's just, like, people within that sort of demographic. Oh, we're in our, like, mid-30s and we're also on Twitter, so therefore we gotta, like, have an opinion on Mutahar and Oompaville and Moist Kronkakol. Like, it's just, I don't know. And then they get mad because the person's not just like them. I don't know. It's very strange. And I can see that that is, like, one of those things that probably gets in the heads of those guys a lot. I totally know why that would be that way, dealing with internet weirdos, but I think a lot of them should honestly just, like, tell people to shut the fuck up and get off of Twitter. You know what I mean? Just, like, shut up. Go away, weirdos. I'm going to keep running guess what? I'm going to keep running my channel. This is them saying this in hypothetical. I'm going to keep running my channel. You don't like me. I don't care. I'm going to keep making money because people keep watching my shit. You can get mad and scream into the void. GG, I win. You fucking suck. Go to work. You know what I mean? Like, that's what they should say, or not say at all. But it's very strange because it seems like a lot of them, it seems they're quite sensitive, but I can understand the sensitivity. It is a very strange world being a internet fella. Who would I support? California, New York? Are they fighting? Just like two giant land masses like smashing into each other. I didn't recognize him right away. It took a second for the penny to drop, but when it did, I tried to stay as polite and professional as possible and just said, "Hello again, sir. You need help with anything?" It was almost a carbon copy of the first time. He smiled, shook his head, and then walked off without saying anything. Now I'm thinking, okay, this guy's definitely a little off. But Walmart without weirdos is like a day without sunshine, I always say. It just didn't feel like I'd worked a full shift unless I encountered at least one. I mentioned the whole thing to a coworker of mine, but she just laughed like, "Looks like someone's got a crush on you." Wait, that sounded weird. I mentioned the whole thing to a coworker. Lynn, thank you for the 150. What is up, dude? Gang. I mentioned the whole thing to a coworker of mine, but she just sort of laughed like, "Looks like someone's got a crush on you." And we turned the whole thing into a jonkler. And we turned the whole thing into a joke like that, much in the same way we did with everything that bothered us about the job. Laughing about stuff burned off a little of the attention, so that's... Man, I suck right now. I'm sucking and fucking. Laughing about stuff burned off a little of the attention. Chicken Jackie. Laughing about stuff burned off a little of the tension so that what the fuck is wrong with me? So that the next time something happened, okay, you didn't just explode in the face of a rude customer. Pardon. We need a salvia stream. I don't even know. I've heard such horror stories about that drug. It is my birthday coming up here in June, but I also realized, like, if you're 35, right, which is what I will be June 4th, and I'm still celebrating my birthday, is that weird? Is that a weird thing to do? Is that, like, at that point, is it just kind of like, it's just like, listen, man, cut the umbilical cord, or you don't need any more milk from the titty. Celebrate till you're 135. Okay, well, yeah, I'm full unk status. I am actually an uncle, which is cool. Your birthday was yesterday. Happy birthday, Riley. Dinosaurs, fuck. Your friends want to celebrate your existence. You must let us. Alright, well, that's fair too, I guess. It's your guys' choice. I'll smoke salvia. Okay. This is your fault. My own personal decisions will be placed on the back of all of you. The longer you survive, the more of an achievement. I guess that's true too. We ain't even supposed to live past 25. Do I like celebrating? I like doing fun shit. And if for some reason my birthday makes everyone happy and wants to do fun shit, then that's cool. Because I'm never gonna take my birthday and, you know, cry and shit my pants or anything like some people do, where they get they get really down, and it's just like, shut the fuck up. It's supposed to be your happy day. Be happy so everybody else is happy. Like at my funeral, I would be going up to people, like shaking their hands, like, "Hey, how are you? Like, thanks for coming." And I'm like a corpse. How's it going? That's very much. You ever use mushrooms in the magical precision? I had, but it was a very low dose, and I didn't really feel anything. I felt tired. It was out of some festival. But I did take like a lower dosage LSD one time, and that was not fun. I mean, it was fun, but it lasted a long time, and it was like I took like a dab of the concentrated THC stuff, but for 8 hours. And I just had to like, okay, yep, everything's cool, no worries, I don't hear anybody barking, you know. Smoking crack, yeah. That would be funny. I could see a YouTuber doing that. They just do YouTube so long, they're like, fuck it, I'm smoking crack on stream. I don't care. I'm like, this stuff's not that bad. Good. Used to microdose for months. Do you feel like that messes up your brain at all? Or do you feel, I don't know. I saw that Channel 5 news guy, I forget his name, Andrew something. I saw a short of his pop up where he said in high school he took magic mushrooms or something like that, and he just like permanently had some sort of dissociative experience or some sort of hallucination, but like for years at a time, and he was very not happy about it. And I don't know if that would make me so mad if I turned myself insane. Oh yeah, who needs hallucinations when you just be bipolar? True. Speaking of bipolar, have you guys seen Midsummer? It's been long enough at this point that we can talk about Midsummer. Either way, even if it came out like tonight, I would ruin it for you. But that movie sucks. Can I just be honest? That movie's not good. At least let me change that a little bit. The non-director's cut is terrible, because a friend of mine said that they said it's like a whole new movie. There's like an expansion on the story, there's an explanations for stuff, there's character development, there's all this kind of stuff. No, but listen, I know it sounds like an L take, but go back and watch the movie. There's no explanation or reason why the sister who was bipolar, somehow like set up an elaborate system of tubes in the middle of the night and created a perfect suction system where she was running car exhaust through the house directly into her family, her family's room. I'm just imagining it's like 3 a.m. and you just like hear outside your door like just duct tape being unrolled, like multiple rolls of duct tape, and they're like, what's she doing out there? It's like, oh, that's just Danny. She's probably doing arts and crafts or some woo-woo shit. Meanwhile, she's creating like a perfect suction system to like pull in, carbon monoxide to drown you to death. And then she also creates like she looks like those like, space jockeys from Alien, where they have like the system for their cockpit. She's got that set up directly to her face, just like inhaling noxious gas like directly. And okay, you let that slide. There's no explanation as to why she was like depressed. I guess it said like all she saw was black and blah blah blah, and then she kills herself, yada yada. Then that creates the cascade effect of like, of course the main character is going to be sad, blah blah blah. But the whole time they like just create, like everybody is kind of just like memes of themselves. Like the main girl is just like sad, no real character development other than the fact that she figures out that she actually really hates her boyfriend, but the manner in which they present the boyfriend is like there's humanity there, but it's so minuscule that it just like makes you hate him, where it's like as soon as he gets the phone call, it's like, sup babe, we're just smoking resin with Todd. It's just me and Todd smoking resin. I know you're sad, but like chill out, babe. And then, it's like, okay, bad boyfriend. And like, it's like every girl's fucking like dark fantasy to kill a bad boyfriend. So they're like, is this just like suffering porn at this point? And then it just continues to kind of compound upon itself, where like there's really no explanation to why the cult exists or what its purpose really is or how they've been able to maintain it, where all the other visitors that you saw at the beginning of the movie went or were sacrificed or anything of that nature. And then she like, and then the one guy, Christian, is like essentially raped because he's given like drugs to the point where he's just like forced to have sex with some chick while everybody watches, and they like push on his ass cheeks to like force it in deeper. And I'm just like, what the fuck is going on? And the whole time there's literally no character development. There's no, like, you don't really find out people's motivations. They like randomly add in there that like that Christian is into, he needs to do his thesis, and that creates a sort of arbitrary argument between him and the Josh guy. I don't know. The whole fucking, and then it just like ends and everybody getting like burnt alive, and then nobody leaves during like the cliff like sacrificial scene except like the normal people, but you don't even get to know those characters and they're dead. I don't know, bro. It's just like there's so much that I'm sure that the director's cut probably was better, I guess, because it actually gave you a story, but for the most part it was just like a series of like shocking imagery that, and then at that point it was just like Scooby-Doo logic the whole movie, of like whether or not they should stick around. Nobody really makes like a run for it. They're like, hey, where the fuck is the guy been, and where's all of our friends? Do you guys find this? And like, and then all of them like, oh no, I don't know, I don't know. I don't know. That's literally, it's just like, that's how I feel watching it. Haven't seen Hereditary, Midsommar, but wait, no, for sure, yeah. And that's the worst part is I heard that the director's cut of Midsommar takes place within the same sort of like world as Hereditary, as far as there being like a demon mythology and all that, demonology and all that kind of stuff, which would have been so much more interesting if they just like actually released the 4 hour. I would have sat in a theater for 4 hours, get another fucking bucket of popcorn, cut a hole in it. Like, I would have stuck around. It's basically Seinfeld, yeah. Heard of that vampire horror Sinners? Isn't there a new movie called Sinners or something that just came out? I heard that was good. That doesn't sound like Midsommar. Maybe, I know there was an older Midsommar, but the Ari Aster one, I mean, I just gave a synopsis, so that's it. Sinners was awful. It's the A24 mids. Oh, yeah, that's the one I was talking about. Yeah. The movie appropriates your culture. Your culture involves smashing heads with a sledgehammer and creating inbred children so you can like see into the future or something. It's like, that's what I'm saying too. Like, whatever like sort of arbitrary like homage to like Viking paganism or something that they were trying to make was just like so mishmashy that like it would have been fine if it was just a creepypasta, I guess. But then when it comes to like the fact that this was like the sophomore follow-up to Ari Aster's horror series of sorts, it was just highly disappointing, you know what I mean? And I'm not even trying to be mean. It's just, maybe I just really need to see the director's cut. Jacob, welcome back for 39 months. Says, I'm not going to lie, I feel horrible because I've been throwing up for the past 3 days now and I'm tired and weak. But thanks for the live stream, Joel. You're welcome, Jacob. Good to see you, dude. Oblivion Remaster, yeah, dude, it's awesome. Laughing about stuff burned off a little of the attention. I can't read this paragraph, I don't know why. Laughing about stuff burned off a little of the tension, so that the next time something happened, he didn't just explode in the face of a rude customer. I also wasn't too worried because I'd never had a weird customer like that before, and honestly, I didn't think that he'd be back after that second time. But I guess that was more hopeful than anything, because maybe a week or so later, there he was again. I was stacking shelves. I was stocking shelves. I saw him step into the aisle, and after a quick look to see who it was, I remember saying, "Oh, you gotta be kidding me," under my breath before turning to face him. I said, "Hello again, sir." with just enough hardness to my voice to let him know that I didn't appreciate the repeat performance. I wasn't scared or anything. I was more wondering where the hell this was all going and what the guy's angle was. He smiled when I said hello to him, and he said it back very calmly before reaching into his pocket and pulling out his phone. He held it up, looking at something on his screen, then his eyes darted to me for a second, then back to his phone. I figured that he was looking at a product on his phone and he was about to ask if we had it in stock or something. I couldn't figure out why it took him 3 tries to get there, but like I said, it wouldn't be the weirdest thing that had ever happened on shift. But he doesn't show me anything. He just sort of carries on looking back and forth as I notice something about the... Switched over from Twitch. Rumi and I were laughing how why is his voice seductive even when I'm not trying to be. No worries. Oh yeah, I forgot to link my Twitch. I forgot to Twitch for everyone. It's kind of crazy. There's like no lag on the Twitch side. I wish YouTube was like just no latency essentially. There you go. Pin it. Put a pin in it. Put a bird on it. Can you dig it? How do I feel about peptide SC? Is that what you're saying? Oh, peptides. Yeah, I love peptides. I mean, not all of them, but the one that I took was BPC 157. It was the injectable thing, and I had I fucked up my shoulder, doing exercise and benching and stuff, and over the course of a period of time, it made me essentially 100% without pain, because my rotator cuff got to the point that I was having pain in my bicep, it was transferring down to my bicep, and it was just hard to hold things, and it was making me really mad because I'm dude, there's no way that I'm just permanently injured for the rest of my life. And thankfully I wasn't, and peptides saved me essentially. BB Jean, thank you for the 5 gifters to Jeep Z, Riley Rain, Zero Cat, Midnight in the Ocean, and Ravenous. Thank you. How's the calisthenics going? It's good. It was Monday was, chest stuff, so I just did that till I was burnt out. But then I've decided to kind of put the compound lifts bench after that, but just really start at a low weight. And it's still challenging because it's I've already burned myself out with the calisthenics. And then today I basically did my leg routine wearing a 50-pound weighted vest, just because my legs are, substantially stronger than my upper body. And then after that, I just kind of went through a quick back squat routine just to take it through the motions. But I'm feeling pretty good. Okayasu Nijamura with the 2 says, what's the freakiest thing you've seen out shopping? Online shopping? Shopping. Santa Claus. I don't know. I'll have to think about it. What did you guys have? What have you seen? I was having issues in my hip thinking about BPC too. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely something you want to consult with your, the prescribing doctor for that. If you have a clinic, a hormone clinic in town, or any of the clinics that do that, they can have someone that can talk to you and just do some research onto it. But essentially, it's supposed to increase. I'm not advising anything, but it's supposed to increase just the creation of like blood vessels to those injury sites and like throughout the body to help, you know, draw nutrients to those areas to help heal. And it's honestly pretty amazing. And you might have to do a few like cycles of like 5 weeks, and it comes in, you know, you draw it up in like an insulin syringe that you might inject into the belly or whatever. They do have oral ones as well, but if you do take those, take them in the morning so you don't freaking have nightmares like I did. Okiyasu Nijamura with the two says, in a public place. Oh, okay. I just keep thinking about Santa Claus. I'm sorry. What have I seen? What have my elf eyes seen? I don't know. Most people are so well behaved, which sucks. Which freaking sucks. I'm gonna have to think about it. I feel like I had to have seen some shit in my day. Maybe I never left my house. Do you know Pennsylvania has the highest Amish population? I do, yeah. Pennsylvania Dutch, right? Or is it different? And I think Ohio. And then there's some in Florida. But then there's some like on the other side of the world too somewhere. Thoughts on the new Doom game? I'm excited, man. The new Doom game does look cool. And I hope it's good, honestly. English speakers couldn't say Deutsch. Thoughts on Oblivion Remastered? It's great, man. It's awesome. I think it's just like a perfect game right now, you know. All other RPGs, it's weird to think like more modern ones like suck compared to it. Have you seen the new GTA 6 trailer? I did. I saw the jiggly ass physics and the graphics, dude. Like it seems like it's such a big jump. Like to see GTA with like Red Dead 2 graphics but like better. Oh man, dude, it looks fucking good. Now granted, we didn't really get like any gameplay, but I mean, honestly, I don't think that's what the trailer was like really geared towards, and I do hope we get to see some gameplay at some point. But it looks fucking good, dude. It looks good, and it doesn't look like bullshit. You know what I mean? It doesn't. And yeah, it's delayed till next May, but I'm honestly fine with that. Like, if it's good, it's good. That's all I care about. And if we can get it in before World War III starts, that would be even better. Welks, welcome back for 61 months. Says, hey, dude, good to be listening. Good to have you, dude. 61 months. Is that 5 years? That's crazy. I haven't seen you in a while. How you been? There's a GTA 6 trailer. Yeah, there's the first one, and then there's GTA 6 trailer 2. I should have left a hilarious comment that said, wow, we get GTA 6 trailer 2 before GTA 6. Yeah, we get me turning 35 before GTA 6, which is wild. But it's just funny to think that, like, I don't know. I remember I always thought that. Like, every time there was, like, a sick game coming out, I just remember ever since I was younger, I'd be like, God, please let me live long enough to play Grand Theft Auto, the new one coming out. And then now I'm actually like counting the days. I'm like, well, the nuke goes off in Seattle, and then I should have enough time before the radiation reaches the water supply here, and you know. But yeah, I know. Oh my God, 36. Oh, well, who cares? I don't care anymore. Why Seattle? I don't know. Just seems like the place to do it. I feel like I vaguely recall Hillary Clinton saying something about nuking Seattle or whatever. And then that's all I remember when she came over the one night. The delay was a punch to the gut. I don't think so. I think, honestly, I feel more confident waiting because we've waited so long. Like 2013, that's crazy. I still specifically remember going to pick it up at Walmart. Speaking of Walmart, like after I got off like a second shift at midnight. Oh man, yeah, I think it was September 2013, going with like friends and people from work and stuff to get it. And just, oh my God, GTA 5 still looks good, and people still play it in like the role-playing servers and shit, which is wild. I wonder how much like RP stuff will be like immediately involved. Airplane stories. Yeah, I think we do have quite a few air travel style stories. The trailer looks stupid good. Yeah, doesn't it? It like actually just like there's so many like little details. Like the characters have sweat coming off of them. It seems like there's like you can, I don't even know. It's like there's musculature to the bodies, the volumetric lighting and hair, like the water physics and, you know, all the water rendering. Everything just like looks on point, and the explosions. I don't know, dude. I just can't wait. And I just hope it's like maximal, just like maximal retarded. You know what I mean? Like maximal stupid, satire, like just insane South Park style, like, beyond South Park, like humor. Like, I hope none of it holds back and it's just funny. That's all I want. I just want it to be funny, gruesome, ridiculous, good. Just be everything, please. Thoughts on Expedition 33? I haven't played it yet, but I watched a little bit of gameplay and it looks good. Looks pretty cool. Imagine myself waiting in line at 11 at night to get it. Dude, yeah, man. That's the best feeling, honestly, waiting till midnight for a game to come out and like being in a physical place. But now you just like download it and, go home. Bad Jag. Thoughts on migraine? If you get a migraine, well, all you have to do is just think it away. You just go inside your head and you just dissipate it. You isolate it. You create like a mental form of energy around the migraine area, and you encapsulate it, and then you just make it dissipate. You crush it, and then it dissipates into like vapor. Easy fix. MDE never dies. MDE never dies. Do you use surround sound during gaming or stereo during stream? You sound audio was important, or what is it? Or stereo, since during one stream you said audio was important to you. I guess I've never done surround sound per se for like gaming or anything like that, but that does seem like a good idea. But I just have like, I guess, good headphones now that I play everything on the PC. Expedition 33 is beautiful. I don't like playing turn-based games, so I watch others play it while doing so. Oh, okay, that's cool. Do I know Denzel Curry? I don't know. You know all these cool people. I don't know anybody, man. I just work in a morgue. I know the dead bodies that come in. They're my only friends. You waited overnight for Halo 3 release. No new thing comes out, and you're just in your underwear waiting for midnight to click purchase and download. I know, and you can like pre-download now, which is cool. You should just have people over your house like waiting in line to play it on your computer. But yeah, I remember some people had gotten Halo 3 at midnight in like certain stores, but I went to this like mall. I pre-ordered it at like a GameStop and a mall, and then the mall itself didn't open up till like maybe 7 or 8, and like it was our senior year, and I think people like we all skipped school and stuff for it, so we stayed up all night thinking that we could get it, then couldn't, and then then we kept going to like different locations to try and get it, and we're thinking about like opting out of like our pre-order and all that kind of stuff, but then eventually did get it, and it was just like so annoying. I saw your comment on Doug Stanhope's stand-up special. I like that. Yeah, Doug's awesome, man. Doug's so funny. But he doesn't show me any... I can't read worth shit. But he doesn't show me anything. He just carries on looking back and forth as I notice something about the hand he was holding his phone with. The back was all scarred up, like an old burn scar, like all pale pink compared to his wrist and fingers. Now I was halfway through saying, "Sir, if there's nothing else I can help you with," when he cut me off and asked, "You don't remember me, do you?" It sounds crazy looking back on it, but I had to sort of tighten my lips to keep from just grinning in his face, because of course I remembered him. Half my coworkers were probably saying to each other, "Hey, check it out, Craig's crush is back and he's asking for his number now." And as the thought entered my head, it almost had me laughing out loud. I told him, "Sure, I remember you, sir. This is the 3rd time we've talked by now." Then in response, the guy just kind of laughed a little as he slid his phone back into his pocket. And then he says, "You really don't remember me, do you?" I guess that was his way of telling me that he knew who I was, but I was wearing my name badge at the time. I legitimately thought that he was just reading it off of that. I asked if I was... I asked if I was supposed to remember him, because I didn't, and then asked where he knew me from if it not from... I asked if I was supposed to remember him, because I didn't, and then asked where he knew me from if it wasn't from Walmart. I was racking my brain the entire time thinking, is this guy an old neighbor or something? Someone from school maybe, or a cop that I wrestled with one time? But nothing was sticking. The guy's face just didn't ring a single bell. The guy said he wasn't all that surprised that I didn't remember him, and he says, "It's been a long time. You were just a kid when we last met." And I fell back on my training and tried turning a not-so-nice conversation into a nice one, saying something like, "Well, no wonder I don't remember you. I barely remember what I ate for dinner 2 nights ago." But the guy didn't laugh. He kept on smiling, but he didn't laugh. Then he asked me, and I had to look this up to make sure that I'm spelling it right, but he asked me, "Do you know what degenerative myopathy is, Craig?" You know when you've ever heard of... Sing the Halo song. I saw a video that showed an ingredient they put in the movie theater popcorn, and I can't remember the name of it. I really want to try it. I've never been able to get the exact taste at home. It's probably just MSG. Did they play any instruments? Oh, I got one. I got a new instrument I want to show you guys. After the story, remind me. Someone remind me. I will go get said instrument. It's soybean oil. You know when you've never heard of something before, like something sciencey, and you hear the words and you just sort of like, huh? I mean, you probably did it reading what I mean, you probably did it while reading... Andrew with the 5 says, "What's the name of the peptide? Would my pain doc know about it? I'm in so much pain. 87 micrograms an hour, 72-hour fentanyl patches, and 30 milligrams oxy 6 times daily doesn't work." Wait, what's it's the BPC 157, but what is your... Where is the pain originating from? Is it like a degenerative disc issue or something like that, or like a injury? We got Joel getting a new instrument before GTA 6. It's called the Trevor. I mean, that's a lot of pain medicine. Jesus Christ. I feel like that sounds kind of dangerous to prescribe that much shit. Do you even Miralax? Back injury. Was it like a really, really severe one? I mean, BPC is supposed to help recover from like injuries and that kind of thing. Now, like major injuries, I'm sure there's like aspects of it that it might help to expedite, but I don't know. You got to be really, really careful with taking that much narcotics, you know what I mean? Especially stuff like fentanyl patches and oxy and shit. 6 times daily, bro. That's gonna fuck you up. I don't mean that negatively. I just mean like that's like, I feel like if your doctor's not smart, that could create like a dependency way down the line. FBI. Fent, you say? They're here. Everybody run and hide. Don't tell them what we were just talking about. I mean, you probably did it reading what I copied. I mean, you probably just did it reading what I copied and pasted into this email here. Thought, Degenomyo what now? Well, I hope you didn't go looking it up or anything, because I'm about to explain what it is. Which is exactly what the weird guy with the burn scar did with me. And I told him, no, I don't. And then, in so many words, this is what he told me. Degenerative myopathy is a degenerative disease that affects German Shepherds, where their back legs start to weaken and eventually give out. It comes from a tiny defect in their DNA, and when the defect is present, the nerves in a dog's lower spine start to break down over time. The condition usually shows up when the German Shepherd is older, around 8 years or more, and at first, you might notice the dog dragging its back paws a little or wobbling when it walks. It's like their back legs are forgetting how to work properly. And then over months or even a couple of years, the weakness gets worse. The dog might struggle to stand up, have trouble walking, or eventually lose the ability to move its back legs altogether. It's tough to watch because the dog is still alert and happy in their mind, but their body just won't cooperate. Now he's giving me this weird speech, and then when he got to the sad part there about them still being all happy in their minds, I had to interrupt him. And I remember saying very politely, "Sir, I don't understand why you're telling me this." And he just raised a hand and then kept going. There's no cure for degenerative myopathy yet. Vets can suggest things like physical therapy, special harnesses, even wheelchairs to help a dog stay mobile and comfortable for as long as possible. The goal is to keep them happy and enjoying life even as their legs give out. And for now, researchers are working hard to learn more, but the best we can do is give these dogs lots of love and support to keep their tails wagging. And I remember in that moment thinking, is this guy working for some kind of charity or representing a drug or something? And so I asked him, but he said no. He told me he had a dog like that once, a German Shepherd that was the most loyal and beautiful dog he'd ever owned. He got her from a rescue after some cops raided a puppy mill, the kind of place where they don't take any care of the German Shepherds. Are you watching The Last of Us 2? No. I mean, now that I don't even know. I've seen like loose things, and I just feel like with Pedro Pascal being, not so there anymore, I just can't imagine any of those characters being remotely interesting at all. Does Pradeep sleep on your bed, and does he have a designated spot there? He does. I let him up and stuff, and he has a little cat bed that he'll jump in just sort of as his spot, or wherever he wants to go. But at nighttime, I usually take him and put him someplace else, because he does everything in his power to like wake me up, and it's very annoying. Do I have Instagram? I do have Instagram, but I don't have my face on there or anything. Will I stream GTA 6? Probably not. No, it's kind of like outside of the purview of games, but I do hope to play some games here soon, maybe even for my birthday. I don't know. Chronic pain is awful. I'm used to it now, but damn, I was on 25 micrograms of 10 patches plus Oxy 10s 4 times daily. Didn't know they had 87.5s. It's crazy. Can you stalk me? I can't stop you, but don't hurt me or be weird or anything. Have you seen the indie game Sharks and Minnows? No, what's that about? But yeah, now most doctors won't prescribe that much for non-cancer pain because the whole dose of everything is equivalent to 480 milligrams of morphine. Holy shit, they recommend not going over 120. That's crazy. Joel, have you heard of Growing Your Grandpa? I've not. Is that a game? You gotta water him, make him big. Every one of you are crawling through my walls as we speak. I don't know, sometimes I hear shit upstairs or like coming from my like attic, and I'm like, dude, someone's probably living in my fucking house. If it wasn't for this channel, I'd be lost at night. I know I tell you thank you really helped me ease my mind. Of course, I always wonder what your face looks like, probably like many others. Who knows, maybe no face at all. Maybe it's wildly, incredibly mid. And that's fine. It's okay to be mid, guys. You have other talents. If you ever got your privacy seriously violated, public or not, would you quit YouTube? No, but I mean, like, it just depends. I don't know what the extent is. Like, obviously, it's like if someone wants to dox you, it's not that hard to do. But you just kind of have to assume that most people are like sane of mind, and there are laws that are, it is against the law to dox someone. It is against the law to show up at their house and, pose any sort of threat as well. So presumably no one would want to, in their normal right mind, do anything like that. So, and then obviously I'm pretty well comfortable defending myself if I ever need to, because why not, Play Don't Starve. I heard that was good. Oh yeah, if you like Don't Starve, did I tell you about the Cult of the Lamb? There's a game called Cult of the Lamb that's kind of like Don't Starve, but it's like 2 separate games in one, and it's really, really good. Been a fan of yours for years. I have a ghost story of my own and want to share how to do that. Yeah, so let's read submissions@gmail.com. You defend my body, thanks, dude. Jump in front of when someone throws a pie at me. Yeah, Cult of the Lamb was great. It was I got lost not lost in the game, but I loved playing it, and I kind of wish there was like more to it. Hey Cody, what's up, dude? Say margarine. Oh, I did see you typing that. I didn't quite know what you were saying. Except news stories, yeah, send as many as you want in. It just sometimes it's like more about putting in the keywords. So like in your title, putting like a Walmart story or something paranormal story. You know what I mean? Gives me a little synopsis of what to look for. Okuyasu. Yujimura with the 2 says video with only the worst submissions. That'd be good. That's all the ones from Reddit. These ones are my lowest voted, with only 2 updates. Sometimes you Bluetooth my voice from the Walmart speakers so everyone can hear how great your voice is. Is it like over the entirety of the Walmart store? Because that's kind of awesome. Hello, Walmart shoppers. I'm about to fart. I still have to play Repo, bro. You quit smoking weed the other day. It's been a weird experience. Yeah, that's good though. I mean, like any less dependence on, external substances is going to be in my opinion, a better life. You can kind of lock in on things and, be prepared to have many more dreams if you had done it previously before going to bed. You just have, over time, you get a clearer mind, The kind of place where they don't take any care in the breeding of the dogs. They just churn out puppies for prop, man. The kind of place where they don't take any care in the breeding of the dogs. They just churn out puppies for profit. He was told by people at the rescue that she'd probably have the DM defect. Some of the older dogs at the mill were showing advanced symptoms, so they figured it'd be passed on to those puppies. Some of the older dogs at the mill were showing advanced symptoms, so they figured that it'd been passed on to a lot of the pups. Holy fuck. Some of the older dogs at the mill were showing advanced symptoms, so they figured it'd been passed on to a lot of the pups. And they were right. And when his loyal old dog reached 8 years old, he said, her back leg started to give out. Most of the time, a vet recommends putting the dog down once its quality of life gets too rough. German Shepherds are energetic dogs and they need to run and play and exercise just like any other. When they can't get all that, they get depressed, and when they get depressed, it makes the symptoms of the diseases all the worse. And he started telling me how they lie there in the night crying out because they can't make it to the bathroom, and then holy shit, dude, what is even we're on, what the fuck? This is page 8 of 18 of a guy working at Walmart with a fucking guy telling him about his dog's degenerative disease. Holy shit. No, like it sucks knowing because that like most of the audience is just like, when the fuck is the fucking story gonna start? You know, when you get to the comment section of a video. And I appreciate a slow burn like any, you know what I mean? Have you played any RPG Maker horror games? I don't think. Maybe I have and not even realized it. What even is the story? I don't know. This guy's like, remembers him. His dog was sick. I have no fucking clue. I guess, yeah, most of my audience is asleep by now. These stories are specifically geared for sleep because they took too long for anything scary to happen. So I'll have to interject a jump scare at some point. Read between the lines. Alright, hold on. Oh my god. He started telling me how they lie there in the night, crying out because they can't make it to the bathroom, and then I interrupted him again, having dropped all the professional courtesy. I just say, dude, if you don't need my help, I'm probably going to get security. I got a lot to get done today, and... The guy opened his jacket, very discreetly showing off the gun that he had holstered near his armpit, and then softly said, if you move a muscle, I'll kill you, and I'll kill everyone in this whole store before I eat this gun. I don't care. And I just froze. The guy went from a weird but gentle old guy to threatening me with this psychopathic look in his eyes, and then told me to shut up and listen, and then just went about talking about his dog. He said he didn't have the heart to have her put down, how the dog had saved his life during a messy divorce where he lost all custody of his kids. He said he'd resigned himself to taking care of a disabled dog until it died, or he did. And then came the fire. He was driving home from the grocery store, having only left his dog alone for maybe 15 to 20 minutes. Then when he turned on his street, he saw the black smoke rising into the air. He said he just knew from the position of it, after having lived there for all those years, that it was his house that was going up in smoke. So he put his foot down on the gas, skidded into his driveway, then ran into his burning home to try and save his dog. He burned his hand checking a metal doorknob to see if it was warm. It wasn't. Smoking at BBC. Smoking at BBC. Alright, honest question. It sounds like this dog dies in this story. I'm not skipping it, but do I have to give like a jump scare warning before the video starts? And even if you hear the jump scare warning, do you continue listening? I don't know. It wasn't just warm. It fried his skin and took a whole layer off. He used his shirt to open the door and his dog was laying on the other side. That dog was a smart old pooch, and when she was able, she used to be able to open up doors by standing on her hind legs and scrabbling at the handle. She could do it with round ones. She could do it with round ones too, and it got to be a real problem sometimes. He'd have to put a chair up against the door to stop her wandering out into the backyard at night to bark at squirrels. And he kind of laughed as he talked, like he was recalling these nice memories. But I knew by then that he wasn't some kindly old man, at least not anymore. He said he tried to save his dog's life, but it was too late. She'd inhaled too much smoke and she'd passed on. The fire department arrived not long after, put out the blaze, and then after investigating its causes, they told the guy that it was arson. Dude, I need to like make the text smaller or some shit. I can't. Dog vivisection, then. But if there's 5 minutes of explicitly described dog vivisection, then. Okay. Yeah, what if it's just a dog dying in a fire? That's fine, right? End the video like PBS outros. Yeah, what do they say in those? Local stations like this are brought to you by. The fire department arrived not long after, put out the blaze, then after investigating its causes, they told the guy it was arson. The cops had their suspicions as to who did it, but they could never prove it, so no one ever got punished for it. The house was burned so badly that it would have cost him way too much to repair, so he sold the land to developers, moved elsewhere, then tried to let go. But he couldn't. He planned on getting a new dog, but the thought of going through all that heartbreak again was something he couldn't face. Then, without a dog and only his failing business to keep him going, he found that he didn't have much to live for anymore. The only thing that kept him going was the thought of finding out who'd set his house on fire. And then after a long search, where for years he didn't get anywhere, he made a breakthrough. He found out that there were some kids in the area around that time, some pretty bad ones too. They liked drinking, smoking, and listening to heavy metal music, but whenever they got their spirits up, they liked one thing more than anything: to go out breaking, stealing, and, most relevant here, burning stuff. The sinking feeling that I felt when he said that last part is something that'll be with me till the day I die. I never felt anything like it before, not even when he found out our buddy was headed to... Wait. Is it... Oh... Wait, what? Is my connection dead? Oh. Oh wait, we're good. Wait, what are you guys talking about? The stream is more laggy than R. Kelly. What? Why? Freddie was chewing on the cords. Was it? Sometimes I wonder if, like, streaming to Twitch is even, like, worth it, you know what I mean? Because, I mean, it's fine to, like, simulcast, and I don't really know why I wouldn't be able to. I mean, there are 8 people over there. Maybe they're just bots, I don't know. It was the Walmart guy, he's here to get me next. Oh, we're good now. Alright, I hate that though, man. Shit's so annoying. Like, I literally pay for the best internet to get something good, and it's just complete freaking dog shit. Tech gremlins. I'd never felt anything like it before. Not even when he found out our buddy. I'd never felt anything like it before. Not even when we found out our buddy was headed to juvie for something he didn't even do. And I've never felt anything like it since. It was like the single biggest, oh please God, no, moment of my whole godforsaken life. And it wasn't over. Not by a long shot. I know it must have registered on my face, that feeling of dread, I mean, because I remember seeing a female coworker of mine over the old man's shoulder, and she looked pretty anxious. I guess the old man saw me looking, because he looked over his shoulder. Then when he saw my female coworker walking towards us, he whispered, "I'll kill her. You just watch. Say anything, and I'll kill her." The same female coworker was the one people I'd been... Wait, the lag is worse, dude? Twitch takes 70% of cut-off revenue. They also must take 70% of all the internet, too. That's so cringe, dude. Do I just get rid of Twitch? Can I, like, cancel a stream on Twitch? YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. Such experiences As such, viewers open widget. What? Not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. What the fuck does that even mean, bro? Hey Joe, I moved my mom to Iowa successfully. Now we're just looking for apartments and subsidized housing in Iowa. You got a hella lag, yeah. Well, I'm happy you're doing good with your mom, but dude, fuck, man, that's so annoying. What do I even do? Yours is fine? Huh. Bro, I don't even know. That's cringe. Oh my god. YouTube streaming like windows and shit are so fucking annoying. You just restarted. Well, I would like to cancel the Twitch stream because maybe that's an issue, but like oh fuck, we lost. I don't know how. Like I don't know how to like cancel one stream versus the other because there's no fucking like mode to do it. Multi-stream. Twitch requires additional permissions to send messages. Oh. Mischievous dog. Twitch was lagging now too. Mine's been lagging too, but huh. Dude, I don't really get it, man. Terry, welcome back for 3 years. Says, Eek, I'm listening on Twitch. Should I switch to YouTube now? I don't know, dude. I mean, is the weather? I don't know. Is the weather bad? Genuinely don't know. I've like done everything to try to make streaming like more reliable. Wait, is the weather bad? I don't think it is. Restart both. I think the weather's good right now. Solar flares, you think so? I don't know. Maybe I just tell people to refresh. I don't know, bro. That's so annoying. You don't have any lag? Fuck, man. I just hate like sending out like and like everybody leaves because that's so fucking cringe, man. Like how do you even... I don't have any like technical stuff to like switch off one. Let me just look it up real quick and see what happens. If you are simulcasting on Twitch and YouTube, can you cancel the stream to Twitch? Thanks for all the hours of entertainment. The stream is smooth now, by the way. Okay. Log into the multi-stream dashboards. You'll see toggles for each platform. Turn off the one for Twitch? Where the fuck is that? Bro, that's literally so fucking annoying. Where's the multi-stream platform? Internet getting musked. I mean, is that a possibility? Reset my router. I did before I started. I don't know, man. I don't even know where to go to like cancel one or the other. And why is it so hard? Like why is it so hard to stream on two places at once? Ligma? It's probably Ligma. Alright. Listen to YouTube now, very glitchy. That's so fucking annoying. And it just like ruins the stream too, because like what am I even supposed to do now? Should I just like restart the stream and see what fucking happens? Cancel, just like don't stream up on the other one? Switch to satellite. It's the FBI. Jiggle the cord. Cringe. Oh wait, Starlink is taking everybody's data? It's perfect now. Alright, whatever. I'm just gonna keep going. I don't even want to restart the stream. Just get through this shit. The same female coworker was one of the people that I'd be joking with about the guy that... Oh my god, dude. Why can I not follow this fucking writing? The same female coworker was one of the people I'd be joking with about how the guy had a crush. Oh my god. Alright, we're switching to smoke signals. The same female coworker was one of the people I'd be joking with about how the guy had a crush on me. I guess she came by to silently laugh at first, then when she saw my face, she realized something was terribly wrong. She walked right up to me and the old guy and asked if everything was all right. I told her everything was fine, and that I was just helping the older gentleman make a purchase. He gave her this warm, convincing smile, told her I was being more than helpful, then declined her offer of more help. She gave me this kind of confused look, then was sort of like, well, okay then, and then walked off. But I could tell that she was going straight to security. We took care of each other that way, which was part of the reason I liked working there to begin with. I guess the older guy knew how. Dr. Pepper peeps, yeah, they're seeping through my system. I know, it's like you do really have to sacrifice something to the internet gods. That's so dumb. Maybe I just stop streaming on Twitch, even though I haven't had issues last time. I don't know. That's what sometimes I'm wondering, can people like DDoS you or some stupid shit? Like send fucking loser internet people? I don't know. They're just made up in my head though. I don't know, man. How the fuck do I stop streaming on Twitch? Is there any way to kill... Oh, wait, what's this? No, what? No. Log out. Bro. I don't know. I genuinely don't freaking know. It's so dumb, man. How's the cat? He's good. He's good. He doesn't have to worry about bad internet. But I guess bad internet is better than... Like, at least I'm not fighting ISIS or something. But this is pretty much the ISIS of internet. Dude, I don't even know where to go to, like, fucking... I can't even click on anything. There's nothing I can even like click on. Ah, it's so cringe. Whatever, man. I mean, I would sacrifice the Twitch people, but I can't. I'd have no idea where on my like software to go to like cancel a stream to Twitch. Like, all I have is end stream, but it would end stream to, like, everything, I guess. You know what I mean? I can't just, like, end it individually. I don't know. Whatever, man. I can't fix... I don't know. I'm having a baby? No, who said that? I am not having a baby. No. I have to stop both. Yeah, but if I restart the stream, would it just be like an annoying notification for everybody? You know what I mean? And then more people unsubscribe coming into the dumb fucking... Sometimes I wonder how many subscribers I lose and views I lose because of the streams. Just because it's so annoying to people. Thoughts on bald cats? I think they're pretty cool. Alright, whatever. We're just gonna keep going. Hopefully something crazy happens soon. I guess the older guy knew that he had to act, that people were catching on to him because he told me, "We're gonna walk out of the store together, and you're gonna walk with me to my truck. Try to run. I'll blow your kneecap out, then make you watch while I kill everyone I see." I actually didn't remember setting this guy's house on fire. I know that there's people that won't believe that, but it's true. I do think one of the buddies set the fire during a time when I wasn't hanging out with them, and I admit that's exactly the kind of thing we used to do back then, but I don't have this sort of photographic memory of setting a fire before running off. I told the guy that how I thought that he had the wrong guy, but then the way he looked at me let me know that he was incredibly serious about everything he was saying, and I could see it, clear as day, how bad he wanted to just pull that gun out and turn my head into a canoe. But he held back, and so did I, raising my hands with palms flat as if to say, "Please don't." He swallowed, like he was swallowing down his rage, and then... He swallowed, like he was swallowing down his rage, and then told me, "Walk ahead of me. Don't stop until I tell you to." I started walking, and just as I did, I saw security appear at the end of the aisle. I told them everything was fine as I walked past, and then they turned their attention to the old man who told them, "It's all right, gentlemen. I was just leaving." Wait, what? All these rumors in the chat. Everything you hear in the chat is 100% true. Joel is the son of Sam? The Sam son? I told them everything was fine as I walked past, then they turned their attention to the old man who told them, "Joel the Ripper." But I ripped my balls off. I told them everything was fine as I walked past. Then they turned their attention to the old man, who told them, "It's all right, gentlemen. I was just leaving." Fuck, I hit the fucking mic. I told them everything was fine as I walked past. Then they turned their attention to the old man, who told them, "It's all right, gentlemen. I was just leaving." And both guys backed off, gave each other a look, then the older man nodded to me and I kept on walking. I could feel the cold sweat on my back and in my armpits as I walked towards the store's front exit. It was like everything in me was screaming at me to not walk out those doors, because when I did, the guy was going to shoot me and then just walk to his truck and drive off. Or worse, he was going to force me into his truck, drive me someplace, and then do even worse things to me than before. Oh my god, dude, I cannot find a rhythm with any of this fucking shit. I don't know why. I don't know if it's like too stretched out. It's making my eyes go chameleon style. Joel's died for your sins. I'm gonna get the tiggest biddies you've ever seen. The old man told them, "It's all right, gentlemen. My fart was wet." And they looked at each other. Yeah, if you go over to Twitch, I am streaming in a swimsuit over there. Joel's and the 12 Disciples. Joel is Neo. Geo. Joel killed Charles Manson. Joel sold his bathwater. This story is bad. Yeah, we're getting there. It's just taking me forever to read it. It'll sound better when it's edited. Joel Wick. Joel the Chosen One. Or worse, he was going to force me to his truck, drive me someplace, and then do even worse things to me before the end. But when he said he'd sooner shoot up the store than allow me to run, and since I believed what he... Dude, what the fuck, man? Why can't I, see straight? But when he said he'd sooner shoot up the store than allow me to run, and since I believed him when he said that, I knew that I had no choice but to just keep walking out the store and hope it was just me that he hurt and not everyone in sight. On the way out, another coworker asked where I was going. I told him I was taking 5, and since we didn't do stuff like that without permission from supervisors, he knew something was strange. But I don't think that he'd be able to get... Oh my god. But I don't think that he'd have... Why is it so hard to fucking say, bro? They assassinated Joel F.K. Joel F.K. Jr. Joel eats corn on the cob. The sloppy way. You can actually eat corn on the cob if you stick it in your ass first and it comes out the mouth without the kernels. A lot of people don't know this. It's CERN. Yeah, they booted up CERN and it fucked up my stream specifically. But when he said oh my god, I don't even know. Do farts get wetter as you age? I think so. I think eventually you don't even fart. It's just like a constant drip. Just a drip, like a leaky faucet out of your ass. I asked where I was going. I told him I was taking 5. Oh my god. But I don't think that he'd be able to... I don't think that he'd have been able to guess what it was if you him a million times. Give him a million tries. Fucking Christ, man. But I don't think that he'd have been able to guess what it... Oh my god, why can I not say this? I don't think he'd have been able to guess what it was. But I don't think that he'd have been able to guess what it was if you gave him a million tries. And by the time we were walking through the parking lot, among the rows of hundreds of parked cars, the guy was jamming the barrel of his gun into my back, saying, "Don't stop now, or I'll put a dozen in the ground before I blow your head off." I mean it when I say that's what... And I mean it when I say that's what kept me going. That and the feeling that my luck had finally run out, and it was time to pay the piper for the crap that I'd done when I was a teenager. He told me to get in his passenger seat, and so I did, and then he walked around to the driver's side and then climbed in next to me. I asked him where he was taking me, but he just told me, nowhere. He then took a pack of smokes off the dash, put one between his lips, and then pushed the top of the old-style cigarette lighter into his center console. And then push the top of the old... Oh my god. Larry the Cucumber. Oh my god. Joel will not release GTA 6. Guys, you are never getting that game. I'm never giving it to you. I'm never giving it to anybody. I'm keeping it for myself. I'm gonna stare at Lucia's jiggly butt. Let you edit my stories? Nah, it's all good. I have a system figured out that it would just take longer, honestly, to send it to somebody. Gonna release along Half-Life 3. That actually would be nuts. Imagine we get GTA 6 and Half-Life 3 same year. I probably will have to turn into the Nightcrawler at some point just to generate enough content. That's how addicted I am to making YouTubes. You ever scared Dupree with a cucumber, make him jump? Oh, pretty Dupree. I've tried. Honestly, he doesn't care. You stick it there and he just like looks back and he sees it and he's like, what the fuck's that? Escape from Jokul Island. I know, yeah, you take off of work for a week to play GTA 6 and Half-Life 3 and they're like, we've enacted the draft. Trump wants all of you to go die in China. He then took a pack of smokes off the dash, put one between his lips, and then pushed the top of the old-style cigarette lighter in his center console. While he waited for it to heat up, he started telling me how he thought about killing me for the longest time. Once he figured out who had set his house on fire and who had killed his dog, he thought about all the different ways that he could get revenge. Be it torture us, suffocate us, or set us on fire. But all that was too elaborate, too risky, and too time-consuming. Instead, he thought of something. Hey, yo! Hey, yo! You like my story this minute? I was nervous. I don't know. I don't even know if I've seen it. What was it about? I die in season 2 of Real Life. I thought I saw a tootie tat. Instead, he thought of something simple but effective. Something that could do everything he wanted to do, but it'd take no more than a few minutes of his time. He had the gun on me the whole time, and I didn't trust that he wasn't going to shoot me. I figured he was just saying all that to keep my guard down, so I wouldn't run and he'd get the chance. Oh my god, I'm annoyed. I'm just gonna put this in chat BBC and just... I don't know, it's so much easier to read in that program than whatever the fuck this is. What's my system? Yeah, so I have a microphone that like starts and stops my recording, and then I bring it into Sony Vegas and just edit the audio in Sony Vegas, and then I export it and put it into Audacity to remove the background noise, and then bring it back over to Sony Vegas, and then edit the video. But Sony Vegas is like the absolute worst fucking program ever. Hunched over like a shrimp, like a little scrimp. Hello, Chat BBC, we meet again. What's up, Joel? What the fuck do you want? I just had a question for you. Do you think you could take this text, keep it exactly how it is, and make the grammar better? Yeah, I'll do my best. Thank you. Perfect. Why are you naked? Why don't you mind your own business, robot? Alright, weirdo. Instead, he thought of something simple but effective, something that could do everything he wanted to do, that'd take no more time than a few minutes. He had the gun on me the whole time, and I didn't trust that he wasn't going to shoot me. I figured he was just saying all of that to keep my guard down so I wouldn't run, and he'd get to watch my face as he pulled the trigger. But he was telling the truth. He didn't shoot me. He did something else instead. When the cigarette lighter was done heating up, it popped back out and... Let me make sure it's not fucking up. Because dude, I'm not joking when I say anytime you put something into chat BBC and say don't change anything, it's like, my bad, I changed everything and fucked it all up. Let's see. Instead, he thought he was something simple and effective in the cigarette. Okay, it didn't change anything and I'm a jerk. I'm being mean to a robot. Yeah, don't use it for word count. That's the weird thing too. You can tell it like write a 1,000-word thing and it will literally write like 200 words. You're like, what? How the fuck does it... I don't know. Like, how does it not even know how to like count the words? What kind of chair do I have? It's just a stand-up desk. It's just better for my back whenever I don't sit down. I do have a gamer chair that sometimes I'll fall into, but most of the time I just stand at my desk. When the cigarette lighter was done heating up, it popped back out with this little click. The guy then grabbed it, lit a cigarette with it, and then told me, "Don't move. You scream, but you don't dare move." And that's when he started leaning toward me, gun in one hand, glowing hot lighter in the other, and I realized what he was going to do. I gripped the door handle, not the opener, but the other plastic handle side, and all I remember before the pain hit is begging him, "Not my eye. Please, not my eye." He told me to shut up, thrust the lighter forward, then all I remember is searing pain burning through my face and screaming at the top of my lungs as I heard my own skin sizzling. He didn't just keep it in one place either. He dragged the metal across the cheek until I was clawing at the opener and falling out onto the blacktop below. I was whimpering, wanting to cover my face but not wanting to touch it either, and then as I looked up, the guy was already starting his car. I thought he was about to back up and drive over me, so I scrambled out of the way. But he just reversed, turned a little, and then took off so fast that his open passenger door slammed shut as he moved. People were running over to me after hearing all that commotion, and I'll never forget how someone took a look a schmuck. Whimpering, begging. Kira, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Joel, you should say skedaddled instead. That would be pretty funny. Wait, which part? When he says, "I thought he was about to back up, so I scrambled out of the way, but he reversed, turned his..." and then skedaddled so fast his... Oh man, that would really pull people out of it. That's why I need you. What would I need you for again? Because like I said, I mean, like as soon as I get out of here, it takes me like 20 minutes to like edit the audio if I'm fast. I'm like... I'm like a professional sushi chef with it. So if I like, you know, sent it to someone else to like edit, I just think that would almost be like more work for me, you know what I mean? How do you make your cheeks not stick to the chair when you game naked? Well, I guess that would probably happen if you had a leather chair. But I think that's also not, that's kind of like one of the things that's not super hygienic either, is just like sitting in your own like disgusting filth all day in a gaming chair, just collecting clogged pores on your asshole, you know what I mean? But he just reversed, turned a little, and then took off so fast his open passenger door slammed shut as he moved. People were running over to me after hearing all the commotion, and I'll never forget how someone took one look at my face before a look of shock came over theirs. And then the way they shouted, "Someone call 911," I knew that it was bad. The ambulance was there pretty quick. I thought about trying to drive myself to the hospital, but one of my coworkers told me to just get into the ambulance because it wasn't worth getting into an accident on the drive there. And when I arrived at the ER, nurses led me to a curtained-off area and asked me how it happened and how long ago. I answered as best I could, but I was still in so much shock and pain that it all came out kind of garbled. Next came the doctor, who after examining my face told me it was a 3rd-degree burn, and a bad one. She said the nerves were actually destroyed, which was why this was 3rd-degree burn with the fucking lighter in the car. Is that possible? I guess it would be if it's like an older car. Jesus, dude, it like dragged across your face. Do I like Wendy's? I do, dude. I have to avoid that place at all costs because it's too good. I do think they have some of the best burgers compared to other places overall. Well, like as far as just like simplicity and like the ability to just like tear into it. Arby's. I haven't had Arby's in a while. Arby's definitely requires like way more sauce on it than I feel like it should, you know, because it's just this like minced up roast beef bullshit that is tasty, but it's like, why do I have to dump all of your sauce onto it to make it actually edible? Because it's just like so dry, everything's dry. Whereas I feel like Wendy's does have some dry stuff, but most of the time it's, I don't know, it all kind of comes together nice and handily. There in my bear paw. This girl in high school asked this dude for a cigarette, lit it, and burned just under his eye. Oh, Jesus. I hope she got in trouble. I hope she got sent away. She said the nerves were destroyed, which was why there was this weird numbness around the blackened crater that used to be a piece of my cheek. But the skin surrounding the burn was screaming with pain. The doctor also warned me that a combo of the burn's depth and where it was on my face meant that there was a big risk of infection and scarring. But at the time, I didn't care. All I wanted was for them to take the pain away, and the rest I could think about later. They put together on my face that They put something on my face that made it hurt, but the next thing the nurses applied was sort of a cooling gel, and that's when I started to feel some relief. They also put some kind of antibiotic cream on my cheek and then put a dressing on it too. And before I was released, the doctor told me to avoid sunlight, not to touch the wound and just keep everything sterile, and then to come see a reconstructive specialist in a few days. They scheduled a follow-up, gave me a Wowie Pop. Do you think this guy gets away? Do the stories run into one long paragraph or like a book? What are you talking about? Skin grafting? Yeah, maybe. It's gonna look like the Joker here in a bit. They scheduled a follow-up, handed me a bag of medical stuff, and then sent me home with my face wrapped in bandages. And that first week was a nightmare. Work said to take as much time off as I needed, and they assured me that they'd be working with the cops as they tried to track this guy down. But the wound was bad, really bad. And when I first peeled back the dressing on my face, I saw this oozing circle. I avoided mirrors, but there was no escaping it because sometimes, even through the dressing, I could smell that infection was actually setting in. Antibiotics did keep it at bay, but that was a rough couple of days when I thought that it might actually take. And I followed the care routine obsessively, washing my hands over and over before I changed the dressings and applied the ointments. And sleep was almost impossible. I just lie propped up on pillows to avoid pressure on the wound, but the pain kept me awake. The painkillers. Son of a bitch, I can't talk. Yeah, we're gonna have to use Fry's foreskin for the skin graft. Sorry, Fry. We'll do a direct circumcision to skin graft combo. I'm the only plastic surgeon in town that can do it. I've gotten real good at it. Foreskin 7 years ago. Sleep was almost impossible. I'd lie propped up on pillows to avoid the pressure on the wound, but the pain kept me awake. The painkillers dulled the worst of it, but I hated how they left me feeling like a zombie in the daytime. A few days later, I went to the reconstructive specialist's office and was told the dead tissue had to be surgically removed under local anesthesia. And that sucked hard, not just because of how gruesome it was, but because I got to hear all about how the burn was so deep that I needed a skin graft. In the meantime, I was given a kind of gel to help reduce the scarring, but I was told that it would still be very noticeable, even in the best possible scenarios. After the graft, where skin from my thigh was stitched onto my cheek, the site remained swollen and discolored, leaving a raised, lumpy scar that kind of tugged painfully when I smoke cigarettes from a lighter in the car. How many pillows is too much? I don't know. Does Walmart do circumcisions? I hope so, dude. If they can take your blood pressure, they can get rid of all the excess bullshit on your penis. If they can take your blood pressure and you can play games back at the gaming area, there should be a section somewhere that could just do a little bit of surgery on you. No big deal. No questions asked. Andrew with the 5 says, I really want to disrespect someone. I nicely ask them for a smoke. Once they give it to me, I throw it on the ground and step on it. Andrew, what the heck? You know that's meanie pants. It's something a meanie pants would do. I can't condone that. Take your $5 back. Poor little cigarette didn't do nothing wrong. After the graft, where skin from my thigh was stitched onto my cheek, the site remained swollen and discolored, leaving a raised, lumpy scar that tugged painfully when I spoke or smiled. And after 6 months, the scar was the sick. Man, dude, I have like a hardcore speech impediment tonight. It's fucking terrible. If you could, would you be a guest on Hot Ones? Yeah, that'd be sweet. Honestly, I could probably eat any hot wing and not feel it at all. I'm not even freaking joking. I don't even need any milk. Maybe chocolate milk. And macaroni and cheese. You need your throat skin cleansed. Well, that's true too. That would suck if you ate a hot wing so hot that it like hurt your throat and then I couldn't talk anymore. Imagine that. Oh god. Never mind. I don't want to go on Hot Ones. I don't even smoke, but I always keep cigarettes on me just in case anybody wants any. And just in case Andrew wants to disrespect me. Which would make me pretty much the most pissed off guy ever. Space Mountain TV with the 2 says, what made you start and never think of animation? Well, I don't really do animation at all. I guess what you're seeing or what you've seen on the channel is from like other animators, so once in a while I'll have that, but It would be cool to work more free. There was a while there where I really wanted to like start an animation channel when I was kind of like in communication with like 4 different animators. But they, you know what I mean? It's so hard to coordinate people's lives, you know? They all got something else going on, and they just have to be like really invested in it to make it happen. So you actually keep cigarettes to give people, but you don't smoke them? Yeah, I just keep them in my ear. I always have one in my ear, one in the other ear, one between my like looped earrings. What are they called? They're big circles, so I look like I'm from the jungle. But it's just for cigarettes. Pull the lever, Kronk. Kronk, pull the lever. Kronk, pull the lever. Get my tramp stamp ready. Nurse giving out cigs. Yeah, everyone. I would do my rounds for my patients, and everybody would get a pack of cigarettes. But it's stupid, because like back in the day, it honestly did help. Like people were convinced that cigarettes were great for you, and I don't, I'm bringing back old science. If they can take Adderall, they can smoke a cigarette. After 6 months, the scar was a thick circle, pale and shiny with jagged edges where the red-hot metal had burned deepest. It distorted my cheek, pulling the skin taut and slightly misaligning my lower eyelid, and makeup couldn't conceal it. The textures were too uneven, the color too stark, and in some lights it looked kind of like a brand. And I guess dude, I cannot fucking read. I can't read, it doesn't fucking matter. The texture was too I've been going 2.5 hours on one fucking story. Holy shit. I should have just burned this guy alive. Just kidding. What's up, No Option? How you doing? After 6 months, the scar was a thick circle, pale and shiny with jagged edges where the red-hot metal had burned deepest. It distorted my cheek, pulling the skin taut and slightly misaligning my lower eyelid. Makeup couldn't conceal it. The texture was too uneven, the color too stark, and in some lights it looked kind of like a brand. And I guess that was exactly the intention. Something I could never stop seeing, that'd remind me of who I was and what I'd done. But more than anything, it reminded me of how scared I felt walking out to the guy's car, as well as the pain that I felt before I finally found it in myself to grab the door handle and tumble out onto the blacktop. Wait. Oh. That was just rain in the background sound. I thought there was rain outside and I was going to be like, okay, so that's why the internet sucked. Maybe it was just like shitty shit. I can't read. But more than anything, it reminded me of how scared I felt walking out to that guy's car, as well as the pain I felt before I finally found it in myself to grab the door handle and tumble out onto the road. Speaking of the guy's car, the cops found it burned out on a... Oh my god. Space Mountain TV with the 2 says, favorite horror movie? Shining. The Shining. All the other ones are bad. Was it hard having your channel while you're still a nurse? Yeah, it was kind of hard because, like, basically there would be times where I'd have to, like, wake up early to, record a video and just kind of, like, lose sleep while still trying to, like, do everything else. You know what I mean? Like, full-time job and pick up hours or whatever and then fucking try to do YouTube on the side and stuff. I mean, it was just started out as a hobby, thankfully, but... I definitely took it pretty seriously. Battlestar Galactica. The Conjuring. Yeah, The Conjuring's okay. I don't know. There's some scenes. Like, every horror movie has, like, an interesting scene of sorts, right? You know, like, there's in The Conjuring when she's doing the laundry and, you know, the fucking sheet falls off of the laundry line and goes onto, like, the shape of the ghost. And she's like, what the fuck? And then it, like, goes up to the window. Like, that is what... There's certain aspects of a horror movie where a scene like that makes you want to, like, watch the movie. But then you watch them and you're just like, this is the same shit. And I don't even know. I don't even know what makes a good movie anymore. What makes something interesting. I think I just gotta like read books or something to like find genuinely fascinating ideas anymore. Because all of it's just so derivative and the same bullshit over and over again. Speaking of the guy's car, the cops eventually found it burned, out on a dirt road a few days later. They said that there was evidence that he transferred into another vehicle, but since there were no cameras of any of the back roads, there was very little chance that they'd find out what his second ride had been. All they had was the security camera footage from the store, but there was no matching the guy's face up to any known suspect. He just walked me outside, scarred me for life, driven off to a second vehicle, and then dropped off the face of the earth. But do you want to know something? Not once have I thought about going looking for this guy, because I believe we did do what he accused us of. I do think that we killed his dog, and if that is true, well, what I got was generous and merciful given the circumstances. Sometimes I stare at it. I don't know, man, I'm somewhere else for this. Reckon your student loans are paid off since... Yeah, that was one of the motivations to stop nursing, was like... Because the only reason I was like continuing to do it was to like make my family happy, I guess. Because I had to feed them and whatnot. No, I'm just kidding. Not them, but, you know, like my parents. Because there was always this fear that if I got out of my, you know, job that I went to college for, that I would be, you know, looked down upon pursuing creative things. But it was actually really funny. It was like... I paid off my student loans with, you know, mainly not just working, but like doing the YouTube shit. And then I quit. I quit my job, and I didn't tell my parents for a while, and then I did tell them, and I thought they were going to be mad at me or like, you know, just disappointed or like, why the fuck would you do that? But they were like, oh, and you're doing good financially? And I'm like, yep. And they're like, okay, whatever. They're like, that's the whole point anyways. And I'm just thinking like, what? That's the whole point? You guys didn't even... I don't know. It was just like, for as much like fear-mongering that I felt as far as like, gotta go to college, gotta do this, or you end up, you know, under a bridge or whatever, just to like, for them to just be like, who cares? I'm like, what? I did all this for you guys, you fuckers. Lily Liquor with the $1, thank you. And Dylan Drew, welcome to the Butter Sock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you. Yeah, my OnlyFans paid off all my loans. Now I live in a big cat house under a bridge. Can you donate 30 rupees? Sure. Sometimes I stare at it and think about how much worse it could have been. The specialist says laser treatments or further surgeries might make it look a little less obvious, but I know deep down that the damage is too deep. For now, I live with it. A reminder of that day and what I used to be. I apply my sunscreen, less for the... but less for the actual protection and more as a way of trying to reclaim some control over what's now the most eye-catching and obvious aspect of my physical appearance. And like I said, I'm not ugly or anything, not by any standard, but I sure do have an unusual face. Justin Ballas, welcome back for 5 months. Says how much money donated gets cheeks clapping. I think it's $30, but I'll do it right now. Sorry, it's got to catch up. It's a momentum thing. It's all inertia based. I'm going to Mars next year. Would that be fun, do you think? That, who cares? Welcome to the Butterstock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you. It's interesting that some YouTubers with over 1 million subscribers barely get 100k views. Yeah, it's a pretty common thing, honestly, and I don't know. My channel's gone through a lot of various, like, changes and flow, you know, just different stuff, so sometimes I kind of wonder if I just stuck with, like, true scary stories right from the get-go, if I would have a much better, like, view to subscriber ratio, but it is what it is, you know. Maybe things will get better, maybe they won't. I don't know. I mean, I'm thankful for what I have at the end of the day. Alright, holy fuck, that took a while. Do we start with that story? Oh yeah, need me to go get my instrument? I'm gonna go get that instrument. I'll be right back. There's not a bug in it. Alright. So this is pretty much a Solarian flute, 432 hertz. Supposed to heal internal damage and depression almost instantaneously. So if you still feel bad, then there's something probably like really wrong with you. So just listen for a second. Thank you. That one's called For My Ancestors' Souls. Played on the skin flute. Your cheeks are literally clapping. See, that's what modern day... I wonder if they could make a modern day rap beat to that. Good freaking luck. It's too pure. It's too spiritual. Alright. Now that we got the whole gang twerking, let's read a story. Oh, that's actual Eden. Hi, Eden. How are you? I was like, I know that name. What is new? I know, miss you too. It's crazy. It's like OG YouTube shit. That's like insane. It's been like a decade since starting, and this August will be like 11 years. It's like fucking blows my mind. Forever tired, yeah. Just waiting for that Sunday to sleep the entire day away. Sorry. We're summoning every spirit. So you're live. I'm going to swing through and see what you're getting into. Yeah, nothing too much. You got some cool projects coming up here, actually. I don't know, you guys are probably familiar with the No Sleep podcast. So I guess this is barely the first time I talked about it, but I'll be working with the No Sleep podcast like pretty frequently going forward with like different stuff. So it's going to be like old school creepypasta vibe, you know, like you guys are used to in the past, but get to hear it over there. And yeah, it's going to be, they're great. I mean, all their production value is like high production value. Is No Sleep podcast free? I think so. It's just on all the podcast platforms and that kind of thing. You were there for a few seasons. That's awesome. Yeah, guys, go subscribe to Eden. She's in chat here. She does awesome narrations. I know sometimes people ask, they look for a woman narrator, and Eden is your ticket. Joel, you got beef with someone who's trying to haunt the fuck out of... Oh, yeah. I am summoning some darkness. It was kind of funny, actually, in the Midsummer movie. I guess one of the demons or something in the, like, cult that they are a part of or whatever. Oh, you're editing a story right now. Let's go, dude. That's the way to go. I was looking at your channel there briefly, so it's like you still do gameplay, but you do narrations as well. I was kind of thinking, like, that's one of the unfortunate things about YouTube is, like, whenever you kind of split content, it sort of, like, sends a mixed message to the algorithm, at least from my experience, that it might be, like, obviously if you just enjoy gaming, you can do it, you know. You could do it through live streams, I guess, but it might be wise to kind of, like, as far as content goes, just only do one specific thing, just to, you know what I mean, just to maintain viewership and all that. What do you call a cryptid that worked through their trauma? What? Am I still doing Let's Read? Yeah, sorry. I got 432 hertz coming at you. Oh, heck yeah. No worries. A self-aware wolf. That's good. I've been working as an overnight security guard at Walmart for about 3 years now, at this big old supercenter just off the highway near my hometown. It's definitely one of the better jobs I've worked, even with all the nights involved. The pay is decent, the benefits are okay, and most nights, it's just me and another guard, chilling in the asset protection office, keeping an eye on the cameras and talking trash to keep each other awake. The store is closed from midnight to 6, so it tends to be nice and quiet on the inside, but outside, that parking lot's a whole different story. After a while, you get used to seeing things that make most folks' skin crawl, but this one night, about 6 months back, I saw what has to be the scariest thing I've ever seen on the job. I'm pretty seasoned by now, and by that I mean I'm not some rookie jumping at shadows, but I'm also not some kind of wannabe cop either. My job's... Oh yeah, also, you guys might not know this, but in my, the video that I did with Axeman cartoons, that's like one of my most viewed, like, 10 two-sentence scary stories animated. So I guess I did do animation way in the past or whatever, but mainly with Axeman and stuff. The final animation, that's the Sarah one, Eden is actually the voice of the, Sarah, and like that, it's crazy. Like that animation has been like viewed by, I don't even, like millions of people at this point, and all sorts of different, because I see it all the time pop up in my copyright thing, like showing that a channel is like reacting to it, or, you know what I mean, that kind of, all that stuff. So it's, you did the daughter, mom, and the monster. Yeah, you were all three. That was perfect. Sarah! It was scary. Like, that's genuinely like haunted a lot of people, which is just, it's crazy to think that like some people like grew up with that horror, you know what I mean? And that was like a pillar moment for them, and that's just awesome. JC Elaine, welcome to the Buddha Sock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you. My job's to watch the store, make sure nobody's breaking in or setting the place on fire. Then anything outside the store walls is for the cops to handle, unless it's a direct threat to the property. We've got cameras all over the place. Fun fact, there was no voice changer. Axeman only added reverb for vocals a month. So yeah, didn't you strain your voice pretty hard for that part, which is pretty crazy. Can you have Eden's link? Yeah, I think if you, yeah, I'll just link her page here. I'll just pin it, make it easier. Wait, how do we? Do. Let's see. Maybe this one? No, that's part one. The Claver House emails, the White Room. There we go, yeah. I'll just link a video, probably. Sarah. Replace pin message. Yeah, I guess we're done with Twitch, honestly, because I don't know if it's just like robbing my stream of bit rate or what, but people still DM you asking for part 2. Yeah, of the Sarah one, definitely. There is part 2 of the 2-sentence horror stories. I assume you've seen that one. Axeman did a great job on that as well. He actually did an animation for the channel recently. It was like one of the first stories of a true scary story thing. And it's cool to see he's like upgraded to like 3D animation now, which is awesome. We've got cameras all over the place, inside and outside, and they're good enough to catch a shoplifter snagging a TV or some kids spray painting the loading dock. But out in the far reaches of the parking lot, forget it. It's all grainy blobs and shadows past a certain point. Now anyway, this night started out as normal. Quiet, pretty boring really. And then at around 2 a.m., I told my shift partner that I was headed out for a smoke break. I've been trying to quit for years, but those overnight shifts drive people to the worst habits. Those overnight shifts drive people to worse habits than smoking, and purely out of boredom too. My partner was back at the security desk, scrolling through his phone or watching reruns of Cops on YouTube, and I told him that I was stepping out for a smoke and then grabbed my jacket and headed for the emergency exit by the auto care center. I propped the door open with a brick, which is against policy, I know, but nobody's checking at that hour. And then I just stood outside, taking some drags and staring out into the night. The parking lot is massive, obviously, just like most Walmart parking lots are, I guess. And at 2 a.m., it's mostly empty except for a few employee cars and an RV or two. Sometimes we get drifters or tweakers, maybe kids racing their souped-up Civics, but most of the time, I don't pay them much mind. I'm a real Yeah, his style has grown quite a bit, but it's cool because it's like he's still maintained like his signature, vision of his art, which is crazy. I'm a real live and let live kind of guy, I'm not here to try and be a hero or a boss anyone. Motherfucker. You sing when you trip up and I clap and give kisses. Yeah, I don't know if you were here. I mean, most of the time. I'm kind of I kind of rage. I get like baby gamer rage sometimes, and it's a little cringe, but it's funny sometimes too. Oh yeah, Eden, have you played any good video games lately? Trooper with the 5 says, just completed an exam and got a B. Thank you for the entertainment, friend. Enjoy the rest of your night. Thank you. Congrats on the B. Let's go. What exam was it? I'm a real live and let live kind of guy, I'm not out here to try and be a hero or boss anyone around. I just want my smoke and then I want to go back and do my job. Now anyway, I'm halfway through my smoke break, leaning against the wall, when I noticed these 2 cars out in the far corner of the lot, less than 100 yards out. They're backed up to each other, trunk to trunk, very close-like, One's a dark SUV, the other's a beat-up sedan, maybe a Camry or something. The SUV's got its trunk open, and there's 3 guys standing around it. They're not being loud or anything, but the way they're positioned, huddled, glancing around every few seconds, it's obvious they're up to no good. I've seen deals go down before. Not a lot, but I've seen them. And usually it's quick. Money changes hands, trunks close, and then they peel out. I don't call the cops unless it's blatant, like if they're waving a pistol around. Pistol Pete. Oh, dude, this year's been so kind to me and my old school heart. I've been playing the Lunar Remaster Collection and Monster. Oh, nice. Yeah, my friends are obsessed with Monster Hunter Wilds. Did you get into Oblivion Remaster? That's been really good. And I feel like there's this. Have you? I assume you like Sonic the Hedgehog back in the day. There's this game that's kind of an homage to that, but it's like, in my opinion, both like harder but also way more fun. It's called Haste, and it's basically just this really cool procedurally generated like maps, and you basically use like your momentum as you're like hitting the jumps of these like rolling hills to like move really fast through levels and stuff. And I feel like you would really like the art style and the kind of the vibe of all of it, because it's basically what I would like love Sonic to be, instead of like, I don't know if you played any of the Sonic games, but they tend to be like a really janky mess, you know? Rolling around at the speed of sound. I'm a massive Overwatch fan. I feel like me being a massive Overwatch fan is like a drug addict being a massive fan of like heroin or crack. It's kind of my relationship with it, where I don't want to play, but sometimes I'm surrounded by bad influences. I haven't played New Oblivion, but Haste has been on my radar. Nothing beats old school Sonic. Yeah, dude, it's so good. It's a little hard initially, but like once you find the rhythm for it, it's like actually so much fun, and you can just like turn your brain off, and just like the momentum of it it's just so cool. Cole Chandler, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you, Cole. Be sure to check out the new paranormal bonus content stories that just came out yesterday. You're watching hubby play Oblivion? Yeah, dude. It's funny. It's kind of like, some people probably would find it like sort of boring to watch, which it can be because it's just like a lot of dialogue, but I don't know. It's just like really peaceful. And Nira Sangvi, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. You subscribe to me on all 5 of your accounts. Good. Make 1 million more, please. I need to get you to play some other games with me. I play Sonabi, yeah. And cried my eyes out because I got emotionally attached. Dude, I played that. Yeah, what? Sonabi, that, yeah. I played that recently. It was like, it was one of those ones where it was like so narrative driven, and I'm like hardcore, just like get me to the gameplay. I love narratives if they're really, if the gameplay gets me. But I remember that Sonabi game. It was like probably some of the best pixel art I've ever seen in a game in a while. But it was the fact that like you would literally do like Metal Gear Solid like cutscenes, the amount of just like the amount of like dialogue that was in it, and I'm like, there's really no need for all of this right now. But it is fun. It is really fun. It's the physics-based game with the grappling hook. I know that can be jarring, but it's a lot of fun. Yeah, dude. It is really cool. I love physics-based stuff. How do you expand photos? I think you just take your fingers and pinch and blow up. Usually it's quick. Money changes hands, trunk closes. I can't read worth shit, bro. Sometimes I do wish I was addicted to crack. Not like actually, but some, it does seem like kind of a pleasant thing. Like you get stressed out and you're like, crack. Take me away, crack. Take me to a better place. And you're just, you're back in your happy zone. Okay. Oh, no worries. Honestly, it's like I've read so many stories that I like want to be distracted. I need conversation nonstop. Yeah, let's read on crack. That'd be hilarious. Oh my god, imagine that. You take one smoke of crack, just like a quick puff, and you're like, and then you don't make a single mistake for a whole hour video. That would be honestly, I think, worth my life. You think it's called ADHD? Well, good. Maybe that's what I need. I need crack. I need legal crack. Legal meth. Usually it's quick. Money changes hands, trunks close, then they peel out. I don't call the cops unless it's blatant, like if they're waving a pistol around or something. My rule is, if it's not on Walmart property and it's not a clear threat, I let it slide. The cops better get... Fuck, I haven't taken a drink in forever. Jay with the 2, Mr. Nightmare and Let's Read collab. Let's make it happen, baby. Who knows, maybe we'll pop off here and it will be beneficial for him to collab with me. Vyvanse. Oh, man. All of those drugs scare me, man. I've had, hear so many bad stories of people taking it and they're like, I'm schizophrenic now, yippee! Usually it's quick. Money changes hands, trunks close, and then they peel out. I don't call the cops unless it's blatant, like if they're waving a pistol around or something. My rule is, if it's not on Walmart property and it's not a clear threat, I let it slide. The cops got better things to do, and so do I. So I'm watching these guys, keeping my distance, just kind of being snoopy, I guess, and 2 of them are standing by the open trunk, gesturing like they're showing something off, while the 3rd guy is standing a little closer to the sedan, kind of hanging back like he's making his mind up. They're all dressed up in hoodies and jeans, nothing too flashy, but I can't make out faces or license plates from where I'm at, and our cameras sure as hell wouldn't be able to either. I figured it's drugs, maybe grass, maybe something harder. It could just as easily be guns, but I don't see any obvious hardware. Not that I could from that distance that I was at, though. I'm not spooked, just curious, you know, like watching a nature documentary about shady parking lot creatures, but that's when things take a turn. The guy who was hanging back steps forward and then leans in to look at whatever's in the SUV's trunk. He's got his hands on his hips, very casual, like he's inspecting something up close. And I'm thinking, alright, the deal's wrapping up, they're gonna be gone soon. But then, out of nowhere, one of the other guys pulls something from behind his back. A bag or something, maybe a pillowcase, I couldn't tell, and then he throws it over the 3rd guy's head. Before I can even process what's happening, the other SUV... You got a 6.9 GPA? Hell yeah, dude. Wonder what the highest GPA of all time was. Wonder what the lowest IQ ever is. I don't know. Are IQ tests what do they measure? It's just like pattern recognition, right? And like whether or not you can figure stuff out quickly. Or am I wrong? Are you guys changing your profile pictures? Guys, don't change your profile pictures because then you'll confuse me, dude. Like if 0, you need to change your name to something I can read because I don't like recognizing people but not having something I can call them. I guess if you want me to call you ooh, but I feel like ooh, you know what I mean? IQ tests are subjective. Yeah, I feel like ooh. Yeah, I don't know. That's my IQ. It's just ooh. I go into the test with a hammer and just hit my own head. Extra credit and yes, no change in profile. Yeah. I don't know, it's just like I develop a certain association with everyone's like identical, not identical, but well, that actually would really confuse me. Imagine if you guys all had the same profile picture, just like all the way down the line. Before I can even process what's happening, the other SUV guy lunges forward and starts stabbing him. And I mean like turning him into a sieve, stabbing him over and over, super quick, bang, 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 bang. The guy with his bag over his head doesn't even have time to scream. He just stumbles, struggles a little, and then he's down, out of sight as his bodies. He just stumbles, struggles a little, and then he's down, out of sight as his buddies throw him in the trunk. And I'm just frozen for a split second. The cigarette was dangling between my fingers, thinking, oh my God, was that for real? What the hell? And my heart's pounding like a jackhammer, and every instinct I've got is telling me to get the hell inside, so I drop my smoke without stomping. So he litters? Listen, guys, you can see someone getting stabbed to death, but don't litter. Jesus Louise. It only takes one person to say something and I'll fold. That's my go-to. If anyone ever gets mad at me, I will get on the floor and grovel. Please, please, Daddy, no. I'll do anything to make you happy. I scored high on IQ tests mostly because I'm normally good at spatial perception. Wow. You can see into space? Father. That would be funny if that was like a YouTuber's apology video, just them on the ground. Please, Daddy, no. But they also have a ukulele ready just in case. Oh my God. I'm frozen for a split second, cigarette dangling between my fingers, thinking, oh God, help me. That was for real, wasn't it? And my heart's pounding like a jackhammer, and every instinct I've got is telling me to get the hell inside. So I dropped my smoke without stopping to stomp on it, and then bolted for the emergency exit. I'd left it propped open like always, and I'm not a small guy, but I was running like I'd just seen a ghost. And as I'm pulling the door shut behind me, I hear tires screeching, and then I catch a glimpse of the SUV speeding off, red taillights glowing as it disappeared into the dark. I locked the door, my hand shaking so bad that I could barely get the bolt to slide, and I remember cursing under my breath, trying to make sense of what I'd just seen. Did I just witness a murder? A kidnapping? What the hell was that? And I sprint back to my security office where my partner was still parked at the desk, scrolling through his phone like it was just another Tuesday. And I yelled at him to call the cops, and he looked up at me like confused, wondering what's going on. I told him what I saw, how I was pretty certain I just witnessed a guy getting murdered, and his eyes went wide, and then he dialed 911 right away. And I remember pacing back and forth as he handed me his phone, trying to get my thoughts straight as I replayed everything in my head. And it all happened so fast, maybe 10 seconds from the bag going over the guy's head to the SUV peeling out. And I can still picture the way the guy's arm moved, that quick, jerky, stabby motion, like something right out of a horror movie. The cops showed up about 15 minutes later. I told them everything I saw, which honestly wasn't all that much. And there were 3 guys, 2 cars, one got stabbed a bunch, and then the SUV took off. I didn't see any faces, didn't catch any plate numbers, and I didn't hear any names either. They start asking me a million questions. What kind of bag was it? How many times did the guy get stabbed? Did I hear anything? Did I see any blood? But I had nothing for him. It was too far, too dark, and it all happened too quick. I felt kind of useless, like I should have seen more or done more. But then he's supposed to get on his Segway and chase after them. Activate rocket boost. Oh my God, yeah, grab your Segway. Somebody said it, that's funny. Grab your Segway, Bill. IQ tests aren't really made to deal with outliers very well. I thought the outliers just determines like who they put, like you either get sent into space or they like test beauty products on you or something like that. Or like worst case scenario, say you have like a really low IQ, they just like turn you into like a meat pie. I feel like that would be like a pretty noble way to go out. They could use me for that. feed the hungry. I have nothing left to provide. There are no thoughts in my head. I felt kind of useless, like I should have seen more or done more. But then what was I supposed to do? Run out there with my flashlight and my walkie-talkie? We're not armed on shift, and they don't train us for anything like that either. I'm just a guy, making sure nobody steals anything or spray paints the walls. And after we talked, the cops seemed more interested in the security footage, so me and my partner pulled up the feeds from the exterior cameras. We've got a couple pointed at the parking lot, but like I said, they're not great. The cars were too far out, right at the edge of the lot where the lights barely reached them. All the footage showed were two blurry shapes and some movement, but you couldn't make out details, no faces or plates, really nothing useful at all. And the cops were frustrated, but obviously not with us. They took a copy of the footage away anyways. They took the footage and they made a funny YouTube videos from it. I call dibs on the thigh bone. Wait, are you guys eating me? At least allow me to be turned into a pie first, and then use my bones for something for the dogs to gnaw on. I wonder how long it would be if I did die here. How long it would be before Pradeep could eat me whole. Yeah. Send me to Sweeney Todd. I still remember that movie. I only saw it once. It was actually, it was the one time in my life as a younger person to watch musicals besides, Disney movies. But I never really understood when I was younger, what the appeal of musicals were. And then I saw Sweeney Todd, and I was like, this is kind of awesome. And I saw it in the theaters, but I specifically remember every time the bodies, went down the chute. Just there was a weird, almost satisfying crunch to the way where there's when they landed at the bottom. And it's probably not a good thing to feel satisfaction from that, but it was, kudos to the audio team. Making really authentic meat popsicles. The cops were frustrated, but obviously not with us. They took a copy of the footage anyway and said they'd check the sedan that was still out there. After they left, my partner and I just sit there, quiet for a while. He was alright, but I was pretty shaken up. I kept thinking about how fast it happened. One second the guy was alive, probably thinking that he was making a quick deal. Then the next, he's got a bag over his head and a knife in his gut, and it was all over and done in seconds. It was just crazy to me. How does that even happen? Who were those guys? Was it a setup, a betrayal, some kind of gang thing? Sometimes it frustrates me that I'll never know. And the cops never really followed up, at least not with me. And I checked the news for days, but there's really nothing. No reports or arrests. And I still work the overnight shift, but I don't smoke outside anymore. I use those Zyn things now, those little pouches, and I stay in the break room if I need a fix. But every time I walk by that emergency exit, I'm reminded of what happened that night and how I watched it all go down. I've seen a lot in this job. Fights, thefts, you name it. And they're forgotten. Okay. They're fart-gotten later. I was totally the nerd that went to Fleet Street and ate a meat pie after seeing the musical. Oh, did they sell those? I didn't even know Fleet Street was a real place. But if they sell the meat pies, that's where I'm going. First thing, UK trip. And then I'm going to Mary Poppins' house. And giving her my meat pie. I've seen a lot in this job. Fights, thefts, you name it. And they're forgotten in a week. But what happened that night is something that I know I'll never forget. Oh, they didn't sell them on Fleet Street? Damn. You had to talk to a random hobo. Meat pies, get your meat pies. Yeah, it's a big trench coat. What are you buying? I got meat pies for you. I've seen a lot in this job. Fight, fight. Just one individual fight. I've seen fight. I've seen a lot in this job. Fights, thefts, you name it. And they're forgotten a week after. But what happened that night is something I know I'll never forget. Dice 'em up, dice 'em up. Oh, man. Honestly, I think Sweeney Todd is why they illegalized knives in the UK. I think that was one of the biggest motivators. That movie came out and they're like, all right, I ain't getting turned into no meat. Wrap it up, turn them in, put them in the box. What if you were like a homeless guy living in one of those like knife boxes in the UK? And then people just come up and they're just tossing knives and you're like, ow, hey, stop, no, stop. It's like you're dodging them. They're getting stuck in the walls. Why are you guys throwing them in so fast? Oh, you should look up H1Z1 cheater apologies. You think it's... that is funny. Yeah, apologies are just funny concepts in general. I'm sorry. Whoopsie daisies. Oh, we got a true crime here. Let's go, dude. It's been a while. Let's freaking go. I always think like you go to like a fair in the United States where you like throw rings, and then when a ring lands on, you know, a particular knife, you get to like keep the knife. And I just imagine like one of the bobbies, one of the UK police officers just like seeing it on camera and just like solemnly shaking their head. My God, what are they doing over there? They got carnival games for knives. Do I know Danny Gonzalez? Think you find his content funny? His name sounds familiar, but I'm not sure. What's up, Peachy Sweets? Oh. Just after midnight on August 3rd of 2019, a 21-year-old Texan man departed the home of his grandparents in the Dallas suburb of Allen and climbed into his car. Over the next 2 hours, he drove approximately 660 miles west, stopping twice at service stations hundreds of miles apart. During his stops, he bought gas and energy drinks, caffeinating to remain focused during the long drive ahead. And by the time the sun had risen high in the skies behind him, the man had reached El Paso, the Texan border town that straddles the international divide with its conjoined Mexican twin, Ciudad de Juarez. Damn it. Chia Seed Juarez, the scariest killer in the world. The only Mexican thrasher film known to man. How do you say that place? You live in El Paso? Anything freaking crazy ever happen there? Ciudad. How do we say this? Well, they don't even have an English option. Ciudad Juarez. Oh, Eden. I don't know if you're still here or not, but there's this website. You might have heard of it. I can put it in the chat. But it's called Forvo. I mean, ChatGPT helps with pronunciations as well, like phonetically. But there's this website called Forvo where you can like type a word or a location into it, and it like has people that have like uploaded how to say it from their like region. You know what I mean? So it like really helps finding pronunciations if you've never used it before. Because I would use Google in the past, right? And like, or you know, YouTube, and it's kind of like hit or miss. Yeah, it's a good site. It's like free, and I think they recently added ads to it, so it's a little annoying with that. But Ciudad, what is it? Ciudad? Really? Ciudad? I thought it was just 3 syllables. Ciudad. chia seed. Looking up Romanian countries, like I know it's annoying sometimes. Ciudad Rodrigo. Ciudad. Okay. Juarez. By the time the sun had risen high in the skies behind him, the man had reached El Paso, the Texan border town that straddles the international divide with its conjoined Mexican twin, the Ciudad Juarez. And just inside... Jeez. Yet instead of heading to a specific destination, he began driving around the east side of El Paso, cruising the streets for almost an hour with seemingly no purpose whatsoever. Just before 9 a.m., the man spotted a branch of Walmart opposite Cielo Vista. Make sure I get this right. Cielo, okay. Cielo, thank you. Gesundheit. Gesundheit. Just before 9 a.m., the man spotted a branch of Walmart opposite Cielo Vista Mall, and after parking his car in the store's lot, he walked inside and began wandering the aisles. After maybe 20 to 30 minutes of slowly ambling around the store, the man noticed a loss prevention associate watching him. Oh, like people that prevent stealing or whatever. Loss prevention associate. How many freaking words can we put into a title of security guard? After maybe 20 to 30 minutes of slowly ambling around the store, the man noticed a loss prevention associate watching him from a distance. As if embarrassed at the assumption that he was a shoplifter, the rather awkward 21-year-old headed for the fresh produce section, picked up an orange and then purchased it at the checkouts before heading for an exit. He then stood outside this... Jesus Christ. He then stood outside the store, eating his orange before wiping his hand on his shirt and walking back to his car. For the next 20 to 30 minutes, the man sat in... I suck at... Read between the lines. Frowns, you changed your profile picture. You can't do that. I don't think you understand how much that throws me off. It feels like I'm in a new world. For the next 20 to 30 minutes, the man sat in his driver's seat thinking about his family, his future, and his freedom. And he suddenly grabbed a laptop from his back seat and booted up the device. Then, at exactly 10:15 a.m., he posted a thread to the website 8chan simply titled, "It's Time." 5 minutes later, the man uploaded a PDF document to the same thread, entitled The Inconvenient Truth. 8chan's moderators quickly removed the document, but fast-fingered users were able to copy and share its contents with alarming efficiency. Moderators began to panic, and not just because control of their own website was slipping through their fingers. They were panicking because the document's contents contained a bile-filled diatribe of far-right conspiracies, as well as a call to violence that was as urgent as it was chilling. Site moderators rushed to inform the authorities, but it was too late, and try as they might, what was coming could not be stopped. Back in the Walmart parking lot, now baking in the mid-morning sun, the 21-year-old climbed out of his car, then took something from his trunk. He strapped it to his body, tightening strips of nylon by yanking them through plastic slings. Then once he was done, he began walking toward the Walmart. Standing outside were a group of fundraisers from all... Simpson, thank you for the 5, dude. Good to see you. What's happening? Homer Simpson. Do 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 do. They need to do another Austin Powers movie. I don't know if the third one was that great. I mean, it was funny. I think it was funny, but it was just a lot of like repeat humor, I guess. Another Cat in the Hat. They should just do a combo. Just a combo movie. It's Austin Powers, but Gah, baby, gah. I'm here to babysit your kids. I'm a fucking cat in the hat. Shit. I'm gonna eat them. This time I'm gonna fucking eat them with thing 1 and thing 2. I'm talking about my... Well, never mind. Gah. Standing outside were a group of fundraisers from the all-female El Paso Fusion soccer team who cheerfully solicited donations from nearby... Frick. Introducing Thing 3. Can I see your full profile pictures? Let's see. I think I can click here, go to channel, and then yeah, I can see like the PFP in a big circle and stuff. So don't put anything bad, anything that might hurt my eyeballs. What am I doing for my mom? Is she in trouble? What's going on? May 11th is Mother's Day. This Sunday. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm fucked. I'm absolutely fucked. I forgot. I didn't forget. But I knew it was soon. That's what I'm gonna say to her. Listen, Mom. I didn't get you anything, but I knew that Mother's Day was soon. She's like, that's better than last year. I knew it was coming up. How much can I give you to shut you up? Mom, how much money do I have to give you to make you not upset? She's like wiping tears from her eyes. It's like $300. Okay, I'm gonna write you a check. Get her an exotic chocolate bouquet. Like a dancer? Like someone shows up with just the chocolate bouquet. It's at my grandma's house too. I'm like, oh fuck. And oh yeah, that does sound good. She would, yeah. Honestly, I feel like my mom would, when I think about what she would want to eat, what if I just get her like an edible arrangement of like fried chicken? Standing outside were a group of fundraisers from the all-female El Paso Fusion soccer team who cheerfully solicited donations from passers-by. Nearby, a woman slowly pushed a shopping cart toward the store. The 21-year-old spotted her, raised a semi-automatic Romanian-made version of an AKM rifle, then fired the first shot of what would become a massacre. This is where the man becomes the shooter. After executing the woman pushing her shopping cart with a single calmly placed shot, the shooter turned the rifle on the fundraisers and opened fire. The move took him no longer than a fraction of a second, giving the fundraisers no time to react. Then as they turned to flee, bullet after bullet tore through their bodies as the shooter methodically aimed and fired over and over until all lay still. The store's manager, who witnessed the shooter engaging the fleeing fundraisers, engaging the fleeing fundraisers. You sent my mom an Arby's coupon. Thank you, babe. She might like that. I don't know. Arby's is kind of far from here. She might make the pilgrimage. The pilgrimage to Mecca, aka Arby's. Sauce is extra. She'll bring her own. It's in her pocketbook. Would you eat it with sprinkles? Dude, honestly, fried chicken with sprinkles does actually sound kind of good. Oh my god, can you imagine that? In like the batter, you put sprinkles in the batter and then you dip your chicken in there and immediately fry it. That, oh my god, birthday chicken. Birthday chimpkin. Am I close to my parents? Yeah, they're nice people. Let's read restaurant. When? We'll start with a food truck. AKA, we'll start with a dumpster. No, yeah, I really like my parents. I think they're awesome. And I don't know, I was fortunate, you know what I mean? Some people are really unfortunate when they just get really unlucky with the parent thing. And mine have just always been like, you know, the perfect amount of discipline, but then also the perfect amount of like, we love you. We freaking love you. Oh my god. Whoa, you got a C on your report card? Fuck yeah, dude. Gross. Wait, oh, the chicken part. I was like, what? Winter Darth Pooh. Welcome back for 22 months to put the chicken in pancake batter. Oh my god, yeah, pancake batter with sprinkles and chicken deep fry. Oh my god. The fair can't come soon enough. Yeah, my parents could. Honestly, I don't know. I sometimes wonder how they would react if, like, suddenly they had to raise another kid out of nowhere. Not me, them. Like, I create one and I hand it to them. Here you go. I made a mistake and now it's your fault, I guess. Sorry. Go to Knoble's Grove. Oh, that sounds so familiar, honestly. Look fondly upon me if I became a cam girl. They'd have me up on stream 24/7, playing in multiple monitors throughout their home. We're here to support you, sweetie. Do I have siblings? I do, yeah, I have brothers. Your parents would lock you up. I don't know, sometimes it's kind of a good thing. Parents that are, you know, willing to put you in a cage once in a while, you know? Was I the middle child? No, I was not. What's my last name? I cannot say. Suddenly a good mood. What did you take? Oh my god. I remember earlier I was like, what if I took one puff of crack? And guess what? Life got a little bit better, huh? The youngest. Oh, I'm a little younger. They locked me up, mirrors covering the walls, and go, look at yourself. Look what you become. And then you're just like dancing. Am I the favorite child? I was definitely the most well-behaved, for sure. Which definitely plays into like being a degree of preferential treatment, I would say. But I think it's just because like I got to witness from a young age what it meant, like all the stuff you're not supposed to do. You know what I mean? Like I was like, I won't be doing that or that or that. Definitely not that one. Ooh, that looks dangerous. What's my SSN? What's that mean? Super sneaky nipple slip. Snooper sneepy. You wish your younger brothers were as smart. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where exactly. I don't know. I don't know where it just in me. I think a lot of the time, like, sometimes you just think, you just sort of genetically have a predisposition, which may or may not be your personality, I guess. Like, maybe that's just determined from the time you're, like, born. Like, obviously there's environmental aspects that play into it too, but I just was so much different than my siblings in the sense of I just, like, never had the desire to do wrong, I suppose, you know what I mean? Or as much wrong, Who knows? Maybe I'm just, like, so much better at doing wrong than them that no one ever noticed. The store's manager, who witnessed the shooter engaging the fleeing fundraisers, immediately issued a Code Brown to his employees. Code Brown is Walmart's designated code word for an active shooter, and employees are trained to help hide or evacuate vulnerable customers. Many fled through emergency exits to adjacent stores, others concealed themselves in shipping containers or under tables. But for many, as the shooter entered a store containing hundreds of terrified customers, there was nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. At exactly 10:39 a.m., and having spotted an unarmed man walking through the store's glass entryway, an elderly gentleman tried running. After spotting an... Oh, I said unarmed. Son of a gunner. Dun, 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 dun. Your brother is 14 years older and your sister is 8 years older. Oh, okay, nice. Yeah, it's a pretty big... What was it like having much older siblings? Were they nice to you? Your youngest sibling's 11 and I'm 34. It's crazy. That is crazy. You're pretty much like their second dad, I guess. At exactly 10:39 a.m., and having spotted an armed man walking through the store's glass entryway, an elderly gentleman tried running. But unfortunately, he simply was not fast enough to evade his killer's gaze. The shooter put a bullet in him, then turned his attention towards several people near the checkout area who appeared frozen with fear. He gunned each of them down, coldly and methodically, before doing the same to those sheltered in a branch of the First Convenience Bank. After walking his way through the store, killing as he went, the shooter reached the Walmart's exit. Damn, when did this fucking happen? A Walmart shooting. I mean, I guess I feel like I vaguely remember it. I feel like being an only child would kind of suck, no offense to anyone. AXG, what's up, dude? It's going good. Yeah, the only child life is just kind of more, there's a lot of pressure on you, and I don't know. You have a certain different dynamic with your parents, for sure. Oh, your brother was not nice. He used you for karate practice. I'm the only child and I was lonely growing up because I was a latchkey kid. Oh, damn, yeah. Did you do any, after-school activities or anything like that? The story say when this took place. August 3rd, 2019. Holy shit, this was recent. Yeah, wait, did it say Texas? Where was it? Texan departed the home of grandparents' Dallas suburb. Okay. What do my parents think about my career? They're happy, man, It's nice because I can, help them with a lot of different stuff and, it's just nice to be able to help people. After walking his way through the store, killing as he went, the shooter reached the Walmart's eastern exit, then wandered out of the building at exactly 10:42 a.m., just 3 minutes after he first entered. Upon re-entering the store's parking lot, the shooter spotted a married couple running for cover behind their car. He opened fire on them, hitting both, then bizarrely, he simply stopped shooting. With hundreds of people still running around the lot in blind panic, the shooter returned to his vehicle. He calmly drove to the intersection of Sunmount and Viscount. Viscount? Viscount, wait. Oh, do you think it's Viscount in Texas as well? Are you an introvert or an ambivert? I mean, it just depends, I guess. Like, I kind of like match the energy of the person I'm with. Like, if they're pretty outgoing, I enjoy that. But if the person's like kind of quiet, I sort of just don't. Yeah, I'm not an introvert or ambivert. I'm a pervert. Hell yeah, dude. But no, yeah, I just sit outside of people's window, naked. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever you are, I am, you know. Okay, the Viscount. Okay. Viscount, no, wait. Texas. Yeah, I guess it's still Viscount. Alright. Sweet. Freaking sweet. I'm an ambivert. Hey, Lois. Smell my fart. 2 younger brothers. That's cool. You keeping an eye on them. You letting them know. Don't be doing none of that bad stuff. You're the oldest and you have no children. That's fine, you know. Never too late to have a dog or something. He calmly drove to the intersection of Sunmount and Viscount, and he spotted a Texas Ranger talking. Damn it to hell. He calmly drove to the intersection of Sunmount and Viscount, whereupon he spotted a Texas Ranger talking with an El Paso motorcycle officer, no doubt regarding the terrible events that had just unfolded. The two law enforcers watched in confusion as the shooter pulled over in the left turn lane, then climbed out of his car with his hands raised in the air. On his approach, he told them he just shot up the Walmart opposite Cielo Vista. Damn it, man. Zam it. You stay in your own worlds the majority of the time. Oh, dang. Well, you guys should hang out more, you know, just so you always, like, have a homie to confide in. I made my brothers tough, but you can't fix stupid. Who writes the scripts for the true crime stuff? That's Sam. Sam Writing does all the... He does most of the, like, creepypasta and the bonus content. I guess not all of it, because I've had, like, other contributors for some of this stuff there lately. But, yeah, he does all the true crime. He's insane at true crime. Like, I don't know, he just, like... He reflects the events that's occurring in not a very, like, just matter-of-fact type way, but more like it's like a story, you know, like a story unfolding, and it's a lot more engaging. Dylan Kelly, welcome to the Butter Sock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Thoughts on Now You See Me 3? I haven't seen the first 8 of them. I'm not sure. I need to watch more things. Maybe I don't. Maybe I need to read more things. What's your guys' thoughts on the Quran? I wrote a new book. It's called The Cuckoo Ron. It's like the Quran, but it's like a little cuckoo. It's always got like a little weird part in there. Make it a little crazy. On his approach, he told them he'd just shot up the Walmart opposite Cielo Vista Mall. Motherfucker. Publish it. On his approach, he told them he'd just shot up the Walmart opposite Cielo Vista Mall. The officer then asked the man's name, and this is where the shooter becomes Patrick Wood Crusius. Crusius was born July 27th of 1998. Crusius, make sure I'm saying that right. It's a German name. Crusius. Crusius. Alright. How to say American shooter name. The mass shooter is typically Crusius. Crusius is also sometimes heard, though. Well, let's just look it up on YouTube since it's recent. Do I speak Simlish? Jesus, 23 people. Crusius. Holy fuck, 23 people. Jesus, dude. He looks like Asmongold. That's crazy. The officers then asked the man's name, and this is where the shooter becomes Patrick Wood Crusius. Crusius was born July 27th, 1998. He was a child of divorce, with his parents having separated when he was just 3 years old, and by his teenage years, he was living with his grandparents in the Dallas suburb of Allen. Can we guess where you're from? I have no idea. He was a child of divorce, with his parents having separated when he was just 3 years old, and by his teenage years, he was living with his grandparents in the Dallas suburb of Allen. He attended Beverly Elementary School in Plano, where a former classmate, Daniel Hio... Alright, that's a couple names I need to look up. Plano. 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 Okay, maybe Plano. Elementary in Plano, where a former classmate, Daniel Hio... Oh, man. Oh, I forgot to take my magnesium, too, before this shit. Hell. Wait, what the hell? Heo. That's how you say it. H-E-O. It's Vietnamese and it's Heo. Heo? Hail. Whatever. I never really understand that. Like, if you're taking a name from another language, right? And they're transferring it over to the English lettering. Most of the time it's like phonetically sort of translated. So I never quite understand why you're not phonetically writing it the way you would say it. So, like, if it is Daniel Hio and it's like a Vietnamese name, you think they would add a few additional letters in there to, like, match the pronunciation. It's whatever. Oh, when you come back, you play an instrument again? Just play it right now. That reminds me of this stupid little thing I got in my hands. Wonder how long I can, like, let out a breath for. Like, you guys gotta time me. Guys, as soon as you start hearing it, somebody time me and then tell me how long it goes. Alright, ready? Damn it, that was not very long. It was like way not longer than I thought. Just being a pass out. I'm feeling woozy. 12 Mississippis, let's go, baby. That's a new record. Especially for the skin flute community. Yeah, guys, what you're hearing right now is the brown note. If anybody here is feeling a rumbly in their tumbly, you'll know where it came from. Do you guys know the specific term for like your lung capacity? Isn't there a term for it? I'm asking you like I know, but I don't actually know. Actually, Justin, you change your profile picture too. It just, now you look scary. It looks like a scary person. It's dark. It's blue. It's dark blue. I know every time I see you, I'm going to get spooked. Yeah, what is it? Vital capacity or VC? Is that what it is? That sounds familiar. Or maybe it's just your TLC. Who cares? Sometimes I just be saying shit. Remember when we reacted to scary videos? I did at the beginning of the stream. I was watching spooky videos. Damn it. I forgot how to say everything. So, hail. Oh my goodness. Oh my glarb. Plano, Texas, and hail. Jesus Christ. He attended Beverly Elementary School and I can't read, dude. It's bad. He attended Beverly Elementary School in Plano, where a former classmate, Daniel Hill, described him as a nice kid who played basketball and soccer during recess. But by the time Crucius graduated Plano Senior High School in 2017, his demeanor had shifted completely. One former high school classmate, Jabab Wilson? There's no way it's Jabab. I gotta look this up. Was his classmate named Jabab? It's gonna find something. Are you a mouth breather or nose breather? Nose breather, I think. Yes, Patrick's classmate was Jacob Wilson. Okay, I was gonna say, dude. That's honestly a funny typo though. Imagine if I called him Jabab. One former high school classmate, Jacob Wilson, described Crucius as introverted, irritable, and strong-minded, often refusing to collaborate with others due to his temperament. Wilson noted that Crucius was frequently bullied for his speech, clothing, and aloof demeanor, which led to social isolation. Wilson noted that Crucius was frequently bullied for his speech, clothing, and aloof demeanor, which led to social isolation. According to... I'm just making it up in my head. Another acquaintance, who... I should probably go back and do that. Jabron James. His classmate Jabron. Smoky Jupiter 13, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Welcome, my friend. Thank you. Jabron James. Wilson noted that Crusius was frequently bullied for his speech, clothing, and aloof demeanor, which led to social isolation. Another acquaintance who walked to school with Crusius recalled him having an unsettling fascination with snakes. And following his arrest, Crusius waived his Miranda rights, confessing directly to detectives that not only was he the shooter, but he had deliberately targeted Latino Americans during the attack. He also confessed to the online purchase of a WASR-10 semi-automatic rifle and 1,000 rounds of hollow point ammunition online in June 2019. When asked why he'd committed such a hideous act on unarmed people, Crusius directed detectives to the manifesto he'd posted just minutes before he first shot. I ran out of breath. It's that damn fucking flute. Need to know your story. Did it blow? I'm going to jump. No, honestly, when people submit their stories, it might be like months or a long ass time before it gets put into a, compilation and stuff, you know what I mean? So don't feel bad if you haven't heard it yet. Sometimes takes some time. When asked why he'd committed such a hideous act, When asked why he'd committed such a hideous attack on unarmed people, Crusius directed detectives to the manifesto he'd posted just minutes before the first shot was fired, titled The Inconvenient Truth. The post included Crusius... I hit my mic accidentally. The post included Crusius's name, as well as information on the weapon he planned to use in his attack. He also claimed to be inspired by the Christchurch mosque shootings, which killed 51 people in New Zealand just a few months prior. Crusius expressed a passionate approval for the murders, as well as a... Do you tell the people in email when would their stories be uploaded? Not usually, just because that's like a degree of discourse that's tends not to be open. Hey Ferris, how are you? Noble, what are you doing with that donut? Careful now, put it down. Put it down. What's up, Alex? Crusius expressed a passionate approval for the murders, as well as a disdain for environmental degradation, cultural and ethnic replacement. I've read that so wrong, dude. As well as a disdain for environmental degradation, cultural and ethnic replacement, and what he referred to as I watch your videos for sleep. You help me sleep. Appreciate it. Yeah, you're welcome. No worries. Welcome. Just recording tomorrow's video. It's about Walmart. So it's going to be very scary. Crusius expressed a passionate approval for the murders, as well as a disdain for environmental degradation, cultural and ethnic replacement, and what he referred to as a Hispanic invasion. While primarily focused on ethnic and racial grievance, Jesus, dude. Joel Blart. I just have like a giant property and I get around in my Segway. Wearing a robe in the morning to get my mail. Pradeep is running behind me. While primarily focused on ethnic and racial grievances, the document also expresses fears of automation's effects on employment and blames corporations for overusing natural resources. In the immediate aftermath of the murders, media outlets described the attack as the single deadliest instance of anti-Latino violence in U.S. history. 20 innocent people perished at the scene. 3 more would pass away as a result of their injuries in the following months and years. 13 victims were taken to the University Medical Center of El Paso, and another 11 to the Del Sol Medical Center. 2 children, ages 2 and 9 years old, were transferred to El Paso Children's Hospital, where thankfully their conditions were stabilized. Later that day, President Donald Trump condemned the shooting as a hateful act of cowardice and promised to provide total support to the city of El Paso and its first responders. The president also announced that all I don't know how or understand how actual people believe or think like this. I have no idea, dude. It's like just a series of build up inside of a person's mind, and who knows what other drugs they were on to completely turn off their sense of humanity, you know what I mean? It's really just a series of unfortunate events that just fucking sucks. Jordan, take care, dude. Joe, yeah, you gotta think of what the outro's gonna be. Someone found dead in your area, stabbed multiple times. Holy shit. What do you think happened? Hey, see you, Mama Nom. Take care. The president also announced that all U.S. flags, both foreign and domestic, will be flown at half-mast until sunset on August 8th. In a speech from the White House 2 days after the shooting, the president stated that, in one voice, our nation must condemn racism, bigotry, and white supremacy. These sinister ideologies must be defeated. Hate has no place in America. On February 6th of the year 2020, Patrick Crusius was charged with 22 counts of committing a hate crime resulting in death and 22 counts of use of a firearm to commit murder. He quickly waived his federal bond hearing during his first federal court appearance, and just a few months later, entered a plea deal. He quickly waived his federal bond hearing during his first federal court appearance, and just a few months later, entered a plea of not guilty to federal charges. It became clear that Crusius's attorney were attempting an insanity defense, as when the subject of the death penalty arose, they began demonstrating Patrick's history of severe mental disabilities. His attorneys went on to state that Patrick was being treated with powerful antipsychotic medication, and that at the time of his arrest, he was in a, quote, state of psychosis. The evidence for Patrick's mental illness was so compelling that in January of 2023, prosecutors announced that they would not be seeking the death penalty. But it seems this might also have been... Jesus Christ, dude. That's crazy. I don't know, sometimes I almost feel like the death penalty is too easy on people, you know what I mean? Obviously, some people might believe it to be a certain sense of justice or whatever, which I understand. But I almost feel like if there was nothing beyond death or whatever, then it's kind of an easy escape, you know? So wouldn't it make more sense to kind of put them in solitary confinement for a long ass time, you know? In I don't know. "8-8 is code for Heil Hitler." What about 8-8? Who said 8-8? Or are you talking about something else? You're getting a migraine? Do what I told you. Picture it in your mind, capture it, and disintegrate it. Or just give them to really unethical scientists to do experiments on. Yeah, I guess that makes sense too. Like if you were to like transfer them to Guantanamo Bay or somewhere, you know what I mean, somewhere basically off the radar, I wouldn't be surprised if they were to do something like that, you know. But then it would also suck if like somebody like was wrongfully accused of something and then got, you know. I saw that they were opening Alcatraz again. Yeah, what's the deal with that? You know, isn't it just like so incredibly out of date? Like how would they even, like how long would it take them to even update it or whatever? And how much space is even there? I don't know, it just seems like a total, like you could literally just go out into the middle of Arizona and build a big giant cube where all the prisons like move around on their own and like a strange system. I work in news and everyone is like, we're gonna spend more money repurposing it than we get in tourism. Yeah. It's just like, who thought of that? Like, I mean, I don't know. Maybe Donald Trump thinks there's like treasure on the island or something and he wants to get there. I don't know. I just think it would be way more faster to just like build a big, like your typical like build and plop down a particular facility somewhere far away or whatever in the middle of a cornfield somewhere, you know what I mean? There's plenty of those like areas in California. Area 451, yeah. But it seems this might also... my gosh. But it seems this might also have been down to a sudden change of heart because just a few weeks later, Patrick Crusius pleaded guilty to a grand total of 90 hate crimes and murder charges. Prior to his sentencing, the judge asked Patrick if he felt any remorse. After meekly nodding his head, he was sentenced to 90 consecutive life sentences, and in the state of Texas, if each life sentence is treated as a minimum of 40 years, 90 consecutive sentences would equate to exactly 3,600 years of incarceration. In the months that followed what Senator Ted Cruz called an unspeakable evil, there was an outpouring of tributes to the city and citizenry of El Paso. In one instance, Antonio Basco declared that the funeral of his 63-year-old wife Margie would be open to anyone who wished to attend. Then on the day, hundreds of people from all over the United States arrived to pay their respects, while the funeral home was inundated with bouquets of flowers sent from every corner of the globe. 1 week after the shooting, a Mexican man named Jorge Chavez ran a total... Oh, I'm gonna name my son Arson. Yeah, he on fire. He'd been drinking Fireball from his baby bottle. 1 week after the shooting, a Mexican One week after the shooting, a Mexican man named Jorge Chavez ran a total of 22 miles, one for each of the people killed in the shooting, starting at the Zaragoza Bridge in Juarez, Mexico, and finishing at the Wal-Mart Memorial in El Paso, where the attack was perpetrated. In addition, the El Paso Healing Garden at Escarte... Oh my God. They don't even have it. And Chat GPT. How to say Ascarate. Ascarit. Ascarate. Americanized Oscarit. Oh, I assume it would be Oscarit since it's in Texas. In addition, The El Paso Healing Garden at Ascaret Park was dedicated in August of 2021, which was later designated a national memorial in December of 2022. During such terrible and trying times, many seek comfort and reassurance in all kinds of music, art, film, and literature. But in this case, I believe it is William Carlos Williams. But in this case, I believe it is William Carlos Williams' poem. Oh my God, the second coming. But in this case, I believe it is William Carlos Williams' poem, The Second Coming, that says it best. The world is too much with us, and we are with it. Alright, let me just read it out loud. The world is too much with us, and we are with it. The violence, the hatred, the turning, and the widening gyre? I don't know. Gyre? Gyre. Okay, sorry. But there's a second coming, not of despair, but of the small acts, the hands that reach, the voices that sing against the dark. Can we do a game? What's the game? No games. No games, please. No more games. Alright. During such terrible and trying times, many seek comfort and reassurance in all kinds of music, art, film, and literature. But in this case, I believe it is William Carlos Williams' poem, The Second Coming, that says it best. The world is too much with us, and we are with it. The violence, the hatred, the turning, and the widening gyre. But there is a second coming, not of despair, but of small acts. Acts. Did I say that right? Gyre? Gyre. Jesus fucking Christ. You tell us who was last at chat to say goodbye before you turn off the chat. Like next time? Well, the chat, yeah, I think YouTube like automatically turns the chat off even after I end the stream and stuff. So there is kind of like a time limit, so you have to like spam, you probably have to spam it in there to get it in. The world is too much with us, and we are with it. The violence, the hatred, the turning, and the widening gyre. But there is a second coming, not of despair, but of the small acts, the hands that reach, the voices that sing against the dark. Oh man, dude. Alright, let's read the outro. Yeah. Whoever is in the chat last gets one kiss next stream. Promise. One digital kiss from Pradeep. Unmedicated, I have ADHD, take Adderall for low blood pressure. Oh, interesting. I faint when I stand up. Damn. Do you think maybe if you just like consume more sodium, you could maintain your blood pressure a little bit higher? Like drinking soups and such. Soups. My favorite soups. If you drink a bowl of soup a day, you won't fall over. Alright guys, think of something funny for the outro, please. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. EST, and there are super fun live streams on Sundays and Wednesday nights. If you got a story to be... If you got a story, be sure to submit them over at my email, letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com, and you might even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks for members of the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories and big compilations located anywhere you listen to podcasts. All links in the description below. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, I gotta find the right note and hopefully not pass out. What the fuck? It all sounds like shit, kind of. If I keep all... if I keep my fucking fingers on it completely, it sounds alright, but the second I take one off, it's just like, it's like your car is crashing, you're losing a wheel. The brown note. Ladies and gentlemen, the brown note. Woo woo! Woo woo woo! Woo woo woo! All right, whatever. That's it. I'm done. We got all we need. We got what we need here. All right, guys. Love you. Appreciate you. If you got gifted, well, you know what? What the heck am I doing? I almost forgot. Whenever... Oh, what? What? Dude. What? Oh my god. It doesn't let me... It doesn't let me gift... It doesn't let me do gifties anymore. Right now. What the hell? That's so weird. I click on it and it says show support for Let's Read with super stickers and super chat, but there's no like gifted memberships. But we got gifted members. Normally I match them is what I normally do, but the YouTube oligarchs. Maybe, yeah, who knows? Maybe I gifted too many and they like cap you out as like a creator, but that seems kind of odd. Anna, yeah, good luck with your surgery. I'm sorry about that. Babes, thank you so much. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. Welcome, YR. Going on tour. A Smile, Cupcake, Celeste, and Ashley Newbie. Welcome, friends. You now have access to bonus content. But guys, thank you so much for chilling. This went for 4.5 hours, but we made it through. We made it happen. What happened to my Instagram? I don't know. Should be fine. It's still up. I posted on my story. But, yeah. Love, peace, apple grease. We'll see you in the next one. I'll be back streaming probably... What day of the week is it? Wednesday going into Thursday. New video will be out. Early access on Patreon. Bonus content is out. Check that out if you have access. Otherwise, I'll be back streaming probably this weekend, sometime Sunday. So, keep an eye out for that then. Love ya. Good to see you again. Thank you, Devoid. And welcome, Lemonhead, to the Butterscotch Call. Thank you so much, guys. All right, have a great night, guys. And yeah, I'll see you again soon. Alrighty. Bye-bye.